right. Straighten my collar there. Audio check. Audio check. Sounds very good. Okay. Ah, Killmeter is here. Hello, Killmeter. Let's go. Yes. Welcome on in. You may be the first person in today. How are you doing? This could be it. This could be the day that we finish our first playthrough of Dark Souls 3. We will see. And Emberd is here. Surprise! I am surprised, Emberd. Welcome in. And Ratika is here as well. Hello, Ratika. Welcome. Yes, today could be quite the show. We have 2 bosses to tackle, and then a little something in between. You could think of it as an intermission. But we'll see. We'll see how far we get. We tried Gale yesterday. I think we tried Gale twice yesterday. And the second try, I think we almost beat him. We got him down to like a third of his health. And I made some tweaks since then, so I feel like we might not have to spend too much time focused on him. And then we have a little thing to do after that. And then we have the main campaign's final boss. And we haven't faced him at all yet, but everyone's been saying that he is easier than Gale and that he is easier than Midir, who we beat yesterday. So it may take fewer tries for us to beat him. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. Good afternoon, Dread. How are you doing? You'll be semi-lurking once again because you're at work. Understandable, Dread, understandable. It's nice that you can even tune in at all, considering you're at work. So, thank you. And thank you to everyone else for being here, for tuning in. Let us go through the opening announcements, then we'll briefly recap what happened yesterday and what our plans are for today, though I've kind of already laid them out. So, again, welcome in. If you do not know, I'm your host, Orfeo. I am a variety streamer here on Twitch, in addition to being a YouTuber. I stream 5 days a week, and I have 3 primary stream themes throughout the week. On Mondays, we have the Monday Mishmash, call that, because it is a mishmash of game genres. We can stream any game from any genre other than role-playing games. We save those for later on during the week. So do expect all manner of variety from us on Mondays. On Wednesdays, we have our weekly Just Chatting stream called Community Chat and Gaming News, during which we go over community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. And then on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, we have RPG afternoons. So if you do like role-playing games, then those last 3 stream days out of the week are for you. So, with our opening announcements now out of the way, let us return to the stream of the day. Again, we are here for RPG afternoons, and this is Dark Souls 3 from Software. So, let's have a look at chat here. Yes, people are still arriving. Nice to see, nice to see. Okay, so, what did we do yesterday in Dark Souls 3? Yesterday, we fought against Midir and beat him. And it was a really good fight, and I think I now have a new favorite boss in Souls, like in all of Souls. My top 5 bosses used to be Knight Oratorius from the Dark Souls 1 DLC, was my favorite boss of all time in Souls. And then after him would be the Burnt Ivory King in Dark Souls 2 DLC 3. Then would be Suralon from Dark Souls 2 DLC 2. And then 4th would be Fume Knight from Dark Souls 2 DLC 2. And then 5th place, purely for the troll, would be the Fool's Idol from Demon Souls. But we have a new number one. It is Midir. I really enjoyed that fight. It was a bit tough to control, but I think that kind of made me like it more. In When fighting Knight Artorias, the only thing you really had to focus on was fighting Artorias. With Midir, because he was so big and he moved so fast, he was so ferocious, a lot of the time you weren't just fighting the boss, you were also fighting the camera. Um, but again, in a weird way, I feel like that actually helped to enhance the fight. That at some points actually made it better. In some boss fights, and even in just some general enemy encounters, the camera makes the experience worse. But against Midir, at some points, it made it better. Especially when he stands on his hind legs and he starts spewing out that laser made of dark. You actually lose your lock on because he stands up so high, and that works to the player's advantage because instead of trying to focus up high and you can't really see what's in front of you, the camera dips back low, and so you can roll into his feet and position yourself where you need to be so that when he drops back down, you can run around him and hit the head. So it's everything kind of ties together, and I like that, and I like his move set. So it's a very very fun fight. Um, I know we did something else that day. Oh, that's right. We also achieved a missed miracle in the Dreg Heap, which was, I forget the name now, but it was a healing miracle that when you tossed it, uh, it heals people wherever it lands. So that's kind of cool. Probably won't be using that, but it is kind of cool to add to our miracle collection. But that was yesterday. So what are we doing today? Today we have three plans. Plan number one, we're going to try to fight Gale, who, as I understand it, is the final boss of DLC 2. And then from there, we have what I like to call a little intermission, something to sort of give us a bit of a rest in between bosses. We're going to return to DLC 1 and talk to the painter there, because it seems that by defeating Gale, somehow that has something to do with the painter girl at the end of DLC 1. So we'll do that. And then I also missed something else in DLC 2. Apparently, and I was going through all the weapons that I'm missing in Dark Souls 3 because I want to try to collect everything. I noticed I'm missing a sword called the Murakumo. And the way you get the Murakumo is by defeating an invader called Alva. And Alva is in the Ringed City, and he's also protecting the Black Witch armor set. So I completely missed him. I know where he is. I never went down that way. And so we can do that as well. And then from there, we'll be headed back to the main campaign, and we'll be fighting against the final boss of the main campaign. And that should conclude our first playthrough of Dark Souls 3, if that all goes according to plan. And that means Thursday of next week, we would start New Game Plus and open things up to multiplayer, to co-op. So yes, will it all work out that way today? I don't know, but we'll see. And Embert is on a 3-stream streak. Thank you, Embert, for the continued viewership. I appreciate it. Midir is the perfect example of hard but fun. I agree. I felt like I earned the victory against Midir. And yeah, it was a really good fight. I've also been watching someone else play through Dark Souls 3. Her name is Mars. I think I've mentioned her. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned her on this channel before. I'm watching her playthrough following my own. In other words, I'm not watching her videos. Like, I'm playing through the game first, and then whatever part of the game I played through, then I watch her videos to see how she did it. And she's been doing a lot better than me. But she's playing as a... I forget what class she picked, but she has the... whatever class comes with the Sellsword Twin Blades as your default weapon, that's the class she chose. And she's been using those swords throughout the entire game. And I get the feeling like those are perhaps some of the best weapons in the entire game, because they hit hard, they hit fast, and speed really helps you a lot in Dark Souls 3. And she's been slicing up the Demon Prince pretty quickly. I haven't seen her fight Midir yet. I'm looking forward to that soon. But I have a feel, and I've seen her get hit by the the Demon Prince as well, and she took a lot less damage than I did, despite me being a much higher soul level and having more vigor than she does. And that's because she's actually wearing real armor, whereas me, I'm just wearing, like, you know, cleric robes, archdeacon robes. So it's I feel pretty accomplished at having beaten Midir. I know at any soul level it's got to be tough, but the fact that I'm not wearing heavy armor and I still managed to pull it off, I think that's pretty cool. It says I beat Rykard yesterday. Congratulations, Drake. Also, it looks like we have an ad starting in about half a minute. He felt amazing hearing his final words. Must be nice. Just a moment. I am reading someone's reply to a theory I posted, a theory that I want to discuss later on concerning souls. Very cool. Very good explanation. Okay. We are back. Actually, that was a good time to read the response to my lore post, since we're currently in the ad. Okay. So, let's go on ahead and travel back. Oh! I've also done a couple of other things. I mean, I guess I can just travel there now and then discuss the other things I've done once I get there. Nope. And I think I'll wait to discuss the lore aspect until Jans gets here, because I think Jans would be interested in this. All right, welcome back everyone from the ad. Thank you for hanging with me. So I was saying that I've been making some tweaks and changes to some things off stream. I did some of that a little bit last night, most of it this morning. And what I have decided to do is from now on, when I level up, I'm going to continue to pour points from here on out just into strength until I hit strength level 50. Right now I'm at strength 42, so I need 8 levels. And the reason for that is because I feel like for most of this playthrough, most of this first playthrough, I've had some pretty good damage. I do hit slow, but I hit hard. I'm not wearing very heavy armor, and I won't be wearing very heavy armor. So I feel like I have to make up for my lack of defense with a stronger offense. And yeah, I do have to get better at dodge rolling and learning enemy patterns. But I feel dealing more damage will always be useful. And so I have discovered a 5th hammer that I am going to use. I'm still going to use all my 4 hammers. When I feel like something is weak to fire, I'll use fire. When I think it's weak to frost, I'll use frost, etc. But there is a hammer that I have that I think would be of great use to me. And so I've already fully upgraded it. I just don't have the stats to use it. And that is Morn's Great Hammer. I think it took Twinkling Titanite to upgrade, and then it ended things off with a Titanite slab. And so we have Morn's Great Hammer plus 5. You can see at max level, it scales with strength at the C value and with faith at the D value. You need 30 faith, I have 50, and you need 50 strength, and again I have 42. So once I have 50 strength, this might be my strongest hammer. It'll only be raw, but I mean, if I'm gonna fight something and it resists lightning, Blessed really only works on the skeletons and the enemies within the Karthus Catacombs, I think, and maybe some of the skeletal enemies in the Dread Keep. Fire works a lot. I feel like fire probably works really well at the beginning of the game when you're fighting just like generic hollows and when you're fighting like beasts like dogs. That's when it works really well. But then I feel like mid-game, late game, if the enemy uses fire, or maybe if you know they're weak against frost, like the dragon armor, then frost might be the way to go. If they're heavily armored, lightning. But sometimes enemies resist lightning. Sometimes they use lightning themselves. And if that's the case, and they resist lightning, and they resist fire and frost, then I might as well just go pure raw. And if that's the case, then that's where Morn's Great Hammer comes in. And so I'm looking forward to that. And it also looks to have a... it sounds like it has a built-in Wrath of the Gods, which makes sense because it scales, or just... well, it scales, yeah. But it requires a lot of faith in order to use. And so... its weapon skill, Morn's Rage, stick weapon into earth and emit a powerful shockwave. That sounds like Wrath of the Gods. And so if I use this hammer, if it's one of my mainstays, then I don't even need to use Wrath of the Gods. I don't need to have it equipped at all. So I'm sort of okay with not having access to Wrath of the Gods. Also, and I see this as sort of a funny thing here, I have misunderstood one of my basic weapon skills the entire game. And that is Perseverance. So if you read the weapon skill, the second sentence here of Morn's Rage, it says, also, similar to Perseverance, temporarily boosts poise and reduces damage received. And that's not what Perseverance says. Perseverance says anchor weapon in earth to temporarily boost poise and then damage reduced while activated. That doesn't really accurately describe what's going on. what I thought that meant was you stab the weapon in the earth, you gain increased poise, but the trade-off to getting increased poise, the trade-off to being able to land more hits without being staggered out of your swing, is that each hit is going to deal less damage, which is what I thought damage reduced while activated meant. So if you connect enough of your hits by being able to poise through the enemy's attacks, then the trade-off might be worth it. If not, then the trade-off might not be worth it. It just depends on how good you are at dodging through the enemy's attacks, or tanking, or hyper-armoring through them, basically, in order to land your own. But that's not what Perseverance apparently means. It apparently means that you boost your poise and you reduce incoming damage. You reduce damage that you would sustain. So there's no trade-off with Perseverance. The only kind of trade-off is that you're spending focus points to activate it. But you deal more damage and you take less damage. I never knew that. The entire playthrough, the entire game, and both DLCs, I never knew that. I had to get this weapon and actually read its weapon skill to understand what this does, which is kind of crazy. So, yeah. Okay. So let me pop in my earbuds, and we'll give this boss a try. Okay. First try of the day. Sacred Oath. And then both hands. Perseverance. Get focus points back. We now have less than a minute to do some additional damage to the boss. Here we go. Coming for you. Mistimed that, didn't I? Oh, he's still swinging! I thought he stopped. We might not kill him this try, but the fact we got him to phase 2 already, and this is the first try of the day, not bad.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul.
And Fusion's here. Hello, Fusion. How are you doing? Fusion has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome, Fusion, on in for the very first time. Again. How are you doing? I will be lurking since I'm gonna go see Dune Part 2. I didn't know Dune Part 2 was out. Enjoy. We will be here trying to kill Gale. Uh-oh. Fusion has also redeemed Hydrate. Very well, Fusion. Cheers. Okay, okay. What else can we do? How else can I boost? If I can boost my tankiness, I got him. Also, I don't think I'm going to use an Ember. I didn't even run out of Estus that time. Oh, I can't put it back because it's equipped. Okay. Okay. I'm wearing the Ring of Favor +3 for boosted HP and stamina. The Ring of Steel Protection +3 for just a raw defense increase. I can tell that helped. The blue Tearstone Ring for a good boost of defense at low HP. And I have the red Tearstone Ring. I feel like I would like to swap this out for something that would help boost my defense. I could try the Life Ring, but I don't think that's going to get me a lot of extra HP. I could try Chloranthy Ring +3. That doesn't help my defense, but it does help my offense. I could try Prisoner's Chain. That would give me... It won't give me more stamina because I've already reached the soft cap for my endurance. But I would get some added extra HP from it boosting my vigor, but I also take more damage. I don't think any of the plate rings would help. I think it's mainly physical damage I'm taking from him, not elemental damage. Let's see what else we got. I don't think boosting poise would help. When I want to hit him, I can hit him. The only thing that kind of limits me is stamina. It's not really poise. He doesn't guard. That would work once. As soon as he hits me, it wouldn't work anymore. I could use Estus Ring. That would help. But like I said, when I just died right there, I still had 4 Estus left. So it's not that I ran out of heals. Maybe I'll just keep the red Tearstone Ring on for now. Are there any consumables that I can use? Fusion casts invisibility to go unnoticed. Enjoy your lurk and enjoy your movie, Fusion. Yes. What else might we use? You know what would be nice? If we could use one of those items. I forget what they're called now. but they existed in Dark Souls 2. It kind of looked like a divine blessing. Oh no, it was a bright bug. That's what it was. It was a bright bug. And like you would smash a bright bug, and I think it lasts for like 2 minutes. And like your attack and your defense went way up for like 2 minutes. If I had one of those, I could probably beat him. I mean, I'll eventually beat him, but that would make it a lot easier. We might not have anything. Let's see. Let's try that one, and then try that one. I can't equip both the Ring of Steel Protection +3 and the Ring of Steel Protection, can I? I mean, technically they're different rings. One's just a plus version. Probably not. I'll try, though. No, I can't. Okay. Alright. 1369. 1416. I gain like almost 90 HP, like 87 HP from the life ring. That's pretty good, actually. I'll try that. When you look at the bar, it doesn't look like it's that much extra HP, but... maybe it's just enough. Okay. Did you play Dark Souls 2, Embered? If this doesn't work, I'm going to try the Chloranthy ring. You have played Dark Souls. Did you beat it? I do not recall.
Is this the blood?
I didn't see him doing that. have no stamina. No stamina again. I'm completely out of stamina. If I just had more stamina, I could beat him. I know I could beat him. Look at that. I had so many opportunities to kill him, and I just had 0 stamina. I'm going with the stamina ring. All the DLCs as well? Okay. There was multiple times I was just standing in front of him and I wasn't able to do anything. I was literally just waiting to get stamina back so I could swing. Okay. Oh my... Stop running! I couldn't roll in time. And I'm dead. Oh, that went horribly. I think that was probably our worst run ever against him. We lasted longer in our very first run. The first day we encountered this guy. No, 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 no. Get up, get up, get up. Okay, Sacred Oath. Okay, rest. Get up. Two-hand hammer. Perseverance. I'm still laying on the ground! dead. Oh my goodness.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul.
I want to heal and then use weapon skill and then heal again. Okay, now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to start phase 2. And I'm dead. I queued too many actions. After the next to last hammer swing, I was spamming the drink button to drink Estus. But then another hammer swing went off and I didn't have time. And Jans is here. Hello, Jans. How are you doing? Jans has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome in, Jans, for the very first time. Again. I think this is our 4th attempt today, Jans. I feel like he's scared. Like, I keep trying to hit him and he keeps running away. It's aggravating. I think before he starts attacking, I have time to cast one miracle. I think I'm going to cast Tears of Denial. We got really, really close in our second attempt today, Jans. I only had to hit him one more time and I would have won. And I had 0 stamina. And I was literally just standing in front of him, not doing anything. I was like spamming the attack button, just waiting for my stamina to come back. And it just didn't come back in time. And so I swapped out the Red Tearstone ring for the Chloranthy ring +3. I'm hoping that helps. Actually, I think I have the life ring on. Alright, we got Tears of Denial back. unfair. I hate you. You're such a cheater. In time. That was a double KO. He jumped in the air, rained down arrows that killed me, but Tears of Denial kept me alive, and then he came crashing down with his sword. That was a one attack KO. Oh. You're enjoying pizza right now. Nice. Extra pepperoni. How is Gale treating you? We've come really close twice. I think that was the second time. But the most aggravating time was the time, like I said, our second try. I was literally just standing right in front of him, and I was spamming the attack button. I couldn't do anything because I had 0 stamina. But had I been able to connect the hammer to him one more time, we would have won. We would have beat him. I just wish I had a way to, like, boost my stamina. I wish there was, like, a stamina ring. Not something to get my stamina back faster, but just to give me, like, a chunk of stamina. And that ring doesn't exist. I don't feel like the Chloranthy ring's really helping me all that much. Or I'm not noticing it anyway. The only other thing I have that can boost stamina, potentially, is the Prisoner's Chain. But I've already looked at that and it doesn't work. Because it boosts your endurance. But you can see, if I try to equip it, my stamina doesn't change at all. Because I hit the soft cap of my endurance. So further boosting my endurance does nothing to my stamina. I feel like I have the damage to take Gale out. It's just hard for me because I'm not very tanky. If I wore, like, real armor, then I could take him, but I don't want to do that. The Ring of Steel Protection +3 is helping. The Ring of Favor +3 is helping. The Blue Tear Stone ring is helping. It's just, I need something else. I'll go back to trying the life ring again. Oh, actually I have an idea. It's not something I really wanted to do, but it could work. Let's put that away. Let's pull that out. And then let's pull an ember. That's a good chunk more HP. It's not going to help me with stamina, but it might just help me stay alive. Have I done tests of stamina with them? No. I haven't timed it, like how fast they get back stamina with the Chloranthy rings. But I feel like my problem isn't... I just need more stamina. I don't need faster stamina recovery. But, I mean, the next best thing to more stamina is faster stamina recovery. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Oh, he's rocking the Leto hammer. Very cool. I was commenting earlier, Jens, before you got here, that going into New Game Plus, and I'm not going to be able to do it as soon as I get into New Game Plus, I don't think, but at some point during New Game Plus, I'm going to add a 5th Great Hammer to my weapons collection. Because there are some mobs that probably don't take extra damage from Frost, or Fire, or Blessed, which Blessed only really works in the Catacombs of Karthus, or Lightning. And so the hammer that I'm planning to add when only raw damage will do is I'm planning to use Morn's Great Hammer. I've already fully upgraded it. I have the faith to use it, but I don't have the strength yet. I need another, I think another 8 points of strength, and I'll be able to use it. So 8 more levels, and I can use Morn's Great Hammer. And since it scales with both strength and faith, and I have very high faith already, I have like 50 faith, then once I meet the strength requirement, Morn's Great Hammer +5 is probably going to do some serious damage. Hey, Lorelei, how are you doing? Welcome in. And I was also commenting earlier that reading its weapon skill taught me something, taught me 2 things. The first thing it taught me was related to the first sentence of the effect. Emits a powerful shockwave. So it sounds like, because it's a faith-based hammer, it has like a built-in Wrath of the Gods effect, which is pretty nice because I don't plan on using Wrath of the Gods. Wrath of the Gods it's just not that good in this game. Like, even when I can try to use it faster, it's still just not that good. It's a very, like, I would use it in very niche circumstances, and considering how slow it is, it's not something I want to use going forward. But if I can still utilize that during those niche occasions via a weapon skill, well, that's pretty nice. You'd infuse it with a heavy gem? I didn't even know you could infuse this. Remains as physical damage, but the strength scaling will be boosted. Does it keep its faith scaling? You're doing good? That's good, Lorelei. How did your 24-hour stream go? How did it conclude? And I'm doing good. Got some good sleep, got some good coffee, and we are here for more Dark Souls 3. Hopefully we'll beat the whole game today. Well, not the whole game, the rest of the game. You're still streaming. You're a trooper, Lorelei. We can check later. We'll see the damage numbers add up and compare. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty neat. Something else it taught me was that I have misunderstood Perseverance the entire time. The full game, all of DLC 1, and all of DLC 2, I have misunderstood Perseverance. You're at the 20-hour mark. 4 more hours to go. Jen says it's very neat that you can check the damage numbers of an infusion before applying it. That is very nice. So the second sentence of this weapon's effect, it says, similar to Perseverance, temporarily boosts poise and reduces damage received. And that's not what Perseverance says. Perseverance says, temporarily boost poise, damage reduced while activated. So how I interpreted that was, okay, it's going to boost my poise, so I basically have enhanced hyper armor, so more of my hits will land if I'm trying to attack through my enemy's attacks. But there's a trade-off, and the trade-off is that for more hits, each hit is going to deal less damage. So that's the trade-off. But maybe if you can hit the enemy enough, if you can hyper armor through the enemy's attacks enough, the damage you would have lost from dealing lower damage per hit, you'll make up for with more hits. And so I felt like that was it. But apparently that's not it. Because Morn's Great Hammer says no. Perseverance boosts your poise and it reduces incoming damage. It reduces damage received. So you deal more damage and you take less damage. I never knew that because Perseverance is not worded that way. So it has no trade-off. So I should have been using Perseverance through the whole game. And I just thought, well, no, I'm not going to... It's not really going to come in use for me because I want to hit as hard as I can with every hit of my hammer. And there's no guarantee that I'm going to land enough hits to justify losing damage per hit. But I just misunderstood it the entire time. Thank you, Lorelei. It's very useful in PvP when you want to secure a win in a trade, yeah. So I wish I would have known that. But now I know. Okay, let's get back to it. I got the life ring back on. I have embered. Alright, now we're gonna do... Actually, let's just go out there. We'll do it out there. That'll give us more time. Sacred Oath. Two-hand. Perseverance. Here we go. Nope. Got him. Phase 2.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul.
I should have time to cast one buff before he reaches me. And I'm going to try to renew the attack buff. I forget what it's called right now. Oh, that was it, Sacred Oath. Right there. One more hit would have done it. One more hit. I got greedy right at the end. I tried to spam instead of I should have rolled away and tried to heal. Okay. Oh, wait. I forgot. The 1 HP that you get dead inside and out, yeah. He was hovering. That's the closest we've gotten so far. Sacred Oath. 2-hand. Perseverance. Here we go. Uh-oh. Oh, he missed. Nice. Wait for stamina to recover. Aww. Shush.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul.
Jesus, really? That's not good. I'm dead. I thought I still had more. Okay. Different strat. I don't know. I think I hit that by accident. It'll help, though. Much of India's here. Hello, Much of India. How are you doing? Very artorious, very doable, but also very easy to die. Agreed. Yes, we're on Gale. We've gotten very close. We've gotten so close that it looked like Gale's HP bar was completely empty. Like, he must have had, like, 5 HP or something like that left. And, I was just a little bit greedy. I wanted to try and go for the extra hit, and that got me killed. I should have rolled away, tried to recover with an Estus, then roll back in, and I could have finished it. But, greed did me in right at the end. I don't know why I'm getting greedy in Dark Souls 3. I never got greedy in Dark Souls 2, or 1. Tukitsuna says, and welcome in, Tukitsuna. Tukitsuna says, oh, remembering my only bow run in Dark Souls 2. I've only used bows to end the main campaign. Didn't go to finish any DLC, but had to do DLC 1 to get a longbow plus 7 as fast as I could. And when I finished my run, I upgraded a black cleaver to kill Dark Lurker. A black cleaver. I don't remember black cleaver. Is it a black knight weapon? I wanna... okay. Yes, we're trying, Moche of India. We will get him. Oh, and thank you for the bits, Moche of India. I appreciate it. Yes, we have 3 things planned to do today. Actually, I guess you could say 4. We're going to knock out Gale. After that, we're going to take an intermission, sort of. We're going to return to DLC 1, talk to the painter girl, see what she tells us. And then we are going to fetch an armor set that I missed back in the Ring City. It is the Black Witch's armor set, and apparently it is guarded by a red spirit, Alva, from Dark Souls 2. I was looking through the weapons that I don't already have, and I'm missing the Murakumo. And you get the Murakumo from defeating him. So we're going to go back and get that. And then we're going to go back to the main campaign and fight the final boss. And that will conclude our first playthrough, our first full playthrough of Dark Souls 3. So, exciting stuff. Tukitsuna says, yeah, a Black Knight weapon. Okay. The weapon has fire damage, and I infused the weapon with more fire damage. Okay. Cleaver. Black Knight weapon. Interesting. Okay. Also looks like we have an ad starting now, so I think I'll wait for these 3 minutes to elapse before our next try. That way no one misses the encounter. Because this could be it. This next try could be the one that puts Gale in the ground permanently. But Jan's, I think I may have solved something that's been bothering me with Dark Souls 2. It's a bit of, I don't know if you'd call it lore, but it ties into lore, or at least my solution that I've thought up revolves around lore. And it's a problem that many people have commented on concerning Dark Souls 2. And that is the elevator that goes up from Earthen Peak to the Iron Keep. How is it that you take an elevator from the top of a tower into the clouds, and then you exit the elevator and you're surrounded by lava? Like, that doesn't seem to make sense. And I think I have the solution to that. If you are here, I shall go over it. If not, I can always go over it later. But I was quite excited. It just came to me. I was thinking about it earlier. Like, at first I was thinking maybe Dark Souls 2 takes place in the painted world, because in a painted world, maybe the laws of physics don't behave normally, so maybe you can just kind of paint one world upon another. Maybe that kind of works, but I don't think that's the answer. Honestly, that could all be fixed if the elevator went down instead of up, but fans have drawn their interpretation of the elevator, and it makes pretty good sense. What is their interpretation? They probably have multiple interpretations. But what I've thought of, and I think it's quite clever, is this. I think the entirety of Dark Souls 2 takes place underground, with the one exception of the Iron Keep. I think the Iron Keep is on the surface of the earth. Tukatsunis says, my interpretation is a volcano. The sulfur is poisonous. So it's making you like hallucinate. At the very beginning of Dark Souls 2, in the intro sequence, the character rows his boat upon some water, and then he plays with some light bugs, and then this huge whirlpool opens up before him, and he drops down through the whirlpool, and when he wakes up, he's on a piece of dry land, basically an ash lake. You look around and there's ash trees everywhere. And then he eventually exits Ash Lake through a crevice in rock, and he finds himself in Majula. But he never goes up that much. He only goes forward. I mean, the ground does go up a little bit, but it's not a very great incline. And so that leads me to believe that all the locations you visit are within Ash Lake. It's a huge expanse, but then Ash Lake lies under presumably the entire Earth, meaning Ash Lake goes, you have like the core of the planet, and then you have Ash Lake, and then the great trees, and that supports the rest of the world, and then on top of that you have the surface of the Earth. So I think that all of Dark Souls 2 takes place basically on the land within Ash Lake. And so that explains why you can get into an elevator at Earthen Peak and go up, and that takes you into the Iron Keep. And so you could say, well, if that's the case, then what's with the sky and the sun being in Dark Souls 2, being in Majula? As far as the sky goes, if you go to Dark Souls 1 and you look at the sky in Ash Lake, it's very foggy, it's very cloudy. That's like there's like lots of heavy moisture in the air. And so as perhaps more heat drifts down, maybe you could get some fog, you can get some clouds, but I think a lot of that is illusory, including the sun. As far as who created the illusion, I think it was the Nameless King. We know that Gwyn's youngest son, Gwyndolin, the Dark Sun, had enough power to create an illusion of the sun for Anor Londo. And in fact, that illusion was so strong that apparently it covered the rest of the earth. But with the Nameless King being the firstborn and seeming more powerful than Gwyndolin, he would probably have that kind of power too, to create a false sun. And so the Nameless King left his family because he sided with the dragons, and his faithful followed him, and some of which probably created Drangleic, a kingdom dedicated to dragons. And it probably took place beneath the earth. That would be a safe place where he could hide from his family. And he probably used his powers to create a fake sun and create an illusion so that he and his followers could live there and it still seemed like a normal place, like a normal world. As far as whether or not the Nameless King would have the power, not even the power, because he would have the power, whether or not he would create an illusory sun, I think is actually answered in Dark Souls 3 in this game. Because in this game, once you trigger a sequence of events to reveal the, I guess you could call it the true sun in Dark Souls 3, which is, it looks like a solar eclipse with a black circle over the sun, over a red ring, and it looks like the sun is sort of bleeding down into the earth. No matter where you go in Dark Souls 3, the sun is that way. Except for Archdragon Peak. On Archdragon Peak, the sun is normal. Everywhere else, it's messed up. Which means that has to be an illusion. That's the last place the illusion is maintained. And it's maintained by the power of the Nameless King. So that means that he's willing to create the illusion, and that he has the power to create the illusion. And so I think that's what's going on. And probably the Iron King, who was very, very wealthy in Dark Souls 2, I think he probably had enough money to want to create an elevator to go from his kingdom down into the depths of the earth. And he probably created an elevator down to Ash Lake. And over time, more stuff arose around it. And so I feel like that's kind of what's going on. And maybe part of the elevator, maybe the reason we can't see the elevator when we're on the outside of Earthen Peak looking up is because part of the elevator is obscured by the illusion. So that could very well be it. Let's see here. Jan says, most interpretations are this. Where we fight... Oh, we gotta scroll up. Where we fight Mytha is not the very top of Earthen Peak. It's closer to the midpoint. And the elevator section bleeds into the mountain, to which the elevator then goes up said mountain and into the Iron Keep. I don't think that could be it. Because when you're on the Earthen Peak, it is surrounded by mountains, but there are no mountains nearby, which means the elevator would have to be more like a Wonkavator. It would have to move like slantways or sideways, not just up and down. But since most Iron Keep lore indicate that it sunk underground, the devs really should have made it go down. That single elevator causes so many headaches. However, that is a very cool theory. I think it is sinking. In Dark Souls 3, everything is sort of sinking in. That's what we see in the main campaign towards the end, before we go into the Dreg Heap. And even at the Dreg Heap, it looks like all the locations are kind of being sucked in someplace, like they're all sinking. I believe that the Iron Keep was starting to sink. The castles were starting to sink, and eventually that lava would break through, and it would eventually char some of the ash trees. Which is why... Oh, that's cool. Which is why, in the boss arena where we fight the old Demon King in Smoldering Lake, I believe that's part of Ash Lake, which is why it has the word lake in the name. And possibly above it once stood the Iron Keep. And then the lava eventually burnt up the ash trees. The lava came down and it created Smoldering Lake. So one lake became the next. And that also explains why the Old King is there, because the Old King is, I believe, essentially the spirit of the old Iron King from Dark Souls 2. So maybe we defeated him in Dark Souls 2, but maybe we didn't fully kill him. So we kind of have to fight him again. So that's kind of cool. That's interesting. Oh, the Nameless King was banished by the Church of the Allfather Lloyd, not his family. I think... I don't know about banished. Like, I don't necessarily even know if his family banished him. But he's definitely in exile. Whether the exile is self-imposed, or whether his family just doesn't want him around because he sided with the dragons, I don't know. Maybe it's a bit of both. I don't think a church would have enough power to banish a god. They would have enough power to help erase his name from the annals of history. But I think he left. Pikatsuna says, there is an interpretation in Dark Souls 1 that if you lit the fire after killing Gwyn, you create Dark Souls 3, and if not, you create Dark Souls 2. Yeah, there's a bunch of lore ideas linking all the games. I happen to believe that all the games take place in the same world, in roughly, like, the chronological order of the Souls series is roughly the release order. So I believe there was Demon Souls. I believe there's Demon Souls 2, which we don't know about. That's like a dark chapter that was never made. And then there's Dark Souls 1, then Dark Souls 2, and then Dark Souls 3, and then Bloodborne. As far as Elden Ring, I don't know if Elden Ring is like a grand prequel to everything, or if it's a sequel. I would have to play it to find out. And I would have to play Bloodborne to find out as well. We'll see. Okay, so that was a nice little rest there. Welcome back, everyone, from the ad. We're just going back over some lore theory. Alright, let's give this guy another try. Who's this? Leafy Mud. Alright, we're gonna go outside, cast Sacred Oath. We're going to two-hand our hammer and use Perseverance, and then we're gonna try to kill him. Sacred Oath. Two-hand. Perseverance. Lock on. Here we go. Wait for stamina to recover. We're good. Going back in. Heal. Heal again. Good. Buffs just wore off. Alright. Once scene ends, we'll recast... I forgot what it's called again. The Gold Sword Miracle. And then if we have time after that, we'll recast Perseverance.
The blood of the Dark Soul.
I wish when I staggered him, I had time to run in and, like, get a crit. If I could do that, he would be really easy to kill. I might have been able to kill him second try if I was wearing, like, regular armor instead of, like, just the cloth robes of the cleric. Alright, Sacred Oath. Perseverance. Here we go. Heal. Ah! Cheater. Ow. I'll heal again. Oh, come on! He's such a cheater! Flasks left. Nope. Oh boy. Whenever he jumps up in the air like that, I really gotta watch out. Heal again. 7 flasks. Heal again. 6 flasks. Back up, back up. Heal again. Back up. We'll heal to be safe. Back up again. One more combo and he's done. Got him. Slave Knight Gale is no more. Soul of a Slave Knight Gale. Blood of the Dark Soul. Good fight. 120,000 souls. Let's go back up here and collect our 0 souls. Ah. That was good. Yep. You know, I think I've decided what my main miracles are going to be going forward. I didn't necessarily want them to be this way, but I feel like they've just sort of come out this way. Because I keep using the same ones over and over again. And that's going to be Tears of Denial. That's always going to be my number 1. My number 2 is going to be Sacred Oath, but only for bosses. And then... I mean, I really don't know what else I'm going to use. I'm definitely going to keep Doris Gnawing on there just to be safe, because I needed to use that spell to kill Nameless King. As far as Great Lightning Spear... I mean, it's just kind of there. I've never really used it. Or I've never really had to use it for anything. And I can't think of a situation where I would, like, really need to use it for anything. So I could get rid of that, too. Oh, there's a bonfire here now. Alright, let's scroll up. Tukatsuna says, without the Age of Fire, the church... Without the Age of Fire, the Church lied of a god that would save them, lighting the first flame again. And because of that in Dark Souls 2... there isn't mention of any gods. Well, they do talk about gods in Dark Souls 2, it's just that they don't like the gods. The stories of the way Dark Souls 1 and 2 are linked is very interesting. And I feel like that also carries over to Dark Souls 3. Hey, Indy, how are you doing? Did you beat the dragon from yesterday? We did. It took a little bit yesterday, but we did it. We beat the dragon. The dragon's now my favorite boss in all of Souls. It required a lot of focus, a lot of concentration, a lot of memorization, a lot of tricky camera controlling, but we did it. We beat him. It was fun. And this was the last boss in DLC 2. So now we have one last boss to beat in this game, and that's it. We finished everything as far as bosses go. But welcome on, Indy. How are you doing? But yeah, in Dark Souls 1, and there's going to be a lot of spoilers going forward in this discussion, but in Dark Souls 1, at the end, the main character didn't have a lot of knowledge. He was just going off of what he was told, and he was doing what he thought was right. And sort of the clear good choice was to sacrifice yourself to the fire to end the undead curse. Or you could let the fire go out and become the Dark Lord. I believe the canonical ending is that the heroes sacrifice themselves to rekindle the flame, the first flame. But what our hero didn't know, I think, is that this was a cycle. It was rekindled with Gwyn, and then he thought he could rekindle it and then cure the curse, and then that would be the end of everything. At least that's the impression that I get. As far as he knew, the first flame would never have to be rekindled again. I don't necessarily know why he would think that, but I mean, I thought that, but if you sit down and you really think about it, it doesn't make sense that it would never need to be rekindled, because if a god rekindled it, and then you have to rekindle it, I guess that would make you kind of like a demigod if you absorb so many souls, but then eventually probably have to be rekindled again sometime down the line, but you're not really thinking about that as you're moving through the motions of the first game. And so it just seems like it's kind of a clear-cut good and bad choice. But then by the era of Dark Souls 2, King Vendrick is very much against the gods. And he's against them because he's become aware of the cyclical nature of the first flame and of the undead curse. And he hates the fact that humanity is sort of chained to the cycle and he wants to break it. And so that's why he doesn't pay the gods a lot of heed. That's why he doesn't really respect the clerics. That's why in Dark Souls 2 it says the clerics are there, they have a presence, but it's more so as part of an appearance thing. It's almost like a ceremony that no one believes in. They believe the gods have power, but they really dislike the gods. And then in Dark Souls 2, there's sort of two endings. You could argue there's three. But you can link the fire, or you can walk away. But if you walk away, there's no hint that you're becoming the Dark Lord like you were in Dark Souls 1. It's just either you're just abandoning your duty to rekindle the first flame, or you can say that you're not lighting the first flame, but you're not doing so because you're abandoning your duty. You're doing it because you want to find a way to break the cycle, which is what Vendrick was looking for. But he never stumbled upon the answer. And I believe the canonical ending in Dark Souls 2, and this is just my own opinion, I have no definitive proof to back this up, is that the main hero did not link the first flame. He set off to try to find a way to break the cycle. Apparently he didn't discover that path, because we're still trying to do that in Dark Souls 3. So who knows what became of the hero in Dark Souls 2. Maybe he's still out there somewhere. And then in Dark Souls 3, we have that decision again where we can link the flame or not. And so who knows what happens if we don't. Jans redeemed Congo Rats. Thank you for the congrats, Jans. He did it! Yes, we did indeed do it. Let's see the name of his this bonfire. Alright. Slave Knight Gale. And he says, doing well, just grinding Castlevania some more. Oh, Castlevania, nice, nice. Pete Gale, GG, thank you much, Aventia. Jen says, you should definitely check out the YouTube channel Hackshaw's Dark Souls 1 analysis, especially the Undead Curse one. I've never heard of Hackshaw. I'll check that out. Let me get my pen and write that down. Hackshaw. I've watched Vati Vidya's lore vids, and I have some different interpretations of some of the events that take place. Some I just don't agree with at all. But he still makes some pretty good quality vids. Hackshaw, Dark Souls 1. Lore vids. Okay. That's the magic of Souls. Everyone can have a pretty valid interpretation. I agree. There's enough lore in every Souls game and throughout the series, really. Like I said, it'd be the same thing in every Souls game and throughout the series. But there's enough lore contained in every game that I would say that you can come up with a very credible, very valid theory as to what happens in each game, which ending should be considered canonical, and how it connects to the other games, if at all. Because some people still say that Dark Souls 2 is not a canonical game. Some people say that Demon Souls is not canonical as far as it connecting to the Dark Souls games, and people say that about Bloodborne as well, that it doesn't connect to the Dark Souls games. I believe they're all connected. And again, I believe they're connected in roughly release order. Oh, that is cool. Dark Souls 2 Pyromancer. Very nice. Oh, that's interesting. Hope. But yeah, I love lore. I love the dive into the story of Souls. So these are all the devoured Dark Lords. Is there anything else for me to do here? We found the lone knight wandering around. We killed him. We found that lady. And then we found Gale. Nope. Okay. Oh, there's actually a third thing we have to do. Let me go back. Let me go back to Firelink real quick. Actually, there's a fourth thing we have to do. I keep thinking of stuff we have to do. I'm gonna forget all this. I have to write this down. Do I have a piece of scratch paper anywhere? Let me see. Is this one? Yeah, I can use this. Okay. So... and then... That might be it. I thought there were like 4 other things I wanted to do, but now I don't remember. Okay. Let's reallot our Estus.
Ah, well met. 'Tis good to see ye in good health. What needs smithing this day?
I think I might just stay at 13 and 2.
Prithee, be careful. I don't want to see my work squandered.
Alright, let's get in some lore here. Soul of Slave Knight Gale. One of the twisted souls steeped in strength. Used to acquire many souls, or transposed to extract its true strength. The red-hooded, wandering Slave Knight Gale sought the blood of the Dark Soul as pigment for the painted world. But Gale knew he was no champion, that the Dark Soul would likely ruin him, and that he had little hope of a safe return. So painting a picture with a soul... I wonder if that's how the paintings get their magic. Or at least their teleportation magic. That could be. Because the way that bonfires are supposed to work, and well, at least Homeward Bones are supposed to work, is that Homeward Bones are the bones of other... I guess in this game you could call them Ashen Ones. That... I guess since they're hollows, their home is considered the bonfire. And so that's when you use a bone of a hollow, it takes you back to a bonfire. I guess that aids in teleportation. And so I guess the soul of a hollow could also aid in teleportation. Maybe that's the vehicle by which people get sucked into the painted worlds. I'm thinking I might just keep these rings on permanently. Like, I would like to put my other magic rings on. But realistically, I really don't use offensive miracles. I just don't know what other miracles I would use. Like, what miracles I would put here and, like, here and here. Maybe I would always keep Doris gnawing, but, like, the only time I would really ever use that's for Nameless King. the only time I'd use Great Magic Barrier would be for the Crystal Sage boss fight. I mean, I guess I could keep Doris gnawing because I feel like it is the strongest and fastest spell I have, but like I would just use, again, except for the Nameless King, I would really just use it to like pick something off or to pull a mob from far away. I wouldn't use it to try and really kill anything. And so I guess I don't need increased speed as far as casting speed or increased damage. I guess so. I guess this is my sort of my finished build for now. Blue Tear Stone Ring. Estus Ring. Ring of Favor +3. And Ring of Steel Protection +3. And I'd probably keep 15 Estus and almost completely ignore Ashen Estus. But the only reason I would really want to keep Ashen Estus is when I explore the world in general. I could use that for the Chime Heal, and I could use that to recast Tears of Denial if I'm completely out, or recast Sacred Oath. I feel like I don't even really have to use that, though. I'll put that away, too. I wish there was, like, other miracles that I could use. Like, even going into, like, co-op, I don't even think I have any good heals. Like, I have all the heals, but I don't think any of them are good. I think the best heal I have is the Chime Heal. All the other heals are so slow to pull off, they're impractical. Hey, Rob, how you doing? Hi. Let me catch back up here. I've been strategizing here. Jan says, ooh, Aleela's gonna play the original NES, not MSX, version of Metal Gear 1. Oh, brave soul. That'll be tough. Yes. I may have tried that one, I'm not sure. I don't know the difference between the NES and the MSX version, though. But I know that on... I think it's in the collector's edition of Metal Gear Solid 3. It comes with the first two Metal Gear games, but I don't know if those are the NES or the MSX versions. And I know I toyed around a little bit with that one that way, but I didn't get very far. I probably played like 5 minutes of it. I would like to go back and beat it eventually. Alright, let's see what we can transpose Gale's soul into. Is it here? It's here. Alright, what are our options? Gale's Greatsword. Greatsword of Slave Knight Gale. The only weapon that he kept with him from beginning to end. Originally an executioner's sword, made for decapitation, this blade is heavily chipped and stained with the blood of countless battles. Oh, that's interesting, because the first time we meet Gale, Gale is praying at a shrine, in the Cathedral of the Deep. And just outside in the cemetery, that's where you find the Executioner's Greatsword. Maybe that's where he found his. Or maybe that's where he lost his. Skill, Blade of Peril. A precarious technique unique to Undead Gale. Leap in any direction, slamming the greatsword to the ground. Then follow the normal attack for a large spinning slash. Or strong attack to backstep and jump forward in an overhead slam. Interesting. That sounds like it could be very confusing to go up against in PvP. Alright, what else? Repeating crossbow. Oh, that super cheap crossbow. I hate this thing. This crossbow, customized for repeat firing to face mobs alone, was wielded by Slave Knight Gale. Used in the battles of an endless journey, this crossbow is covered with twists and dinks, rusted with blood, and made extremely brittle from overuse. Yeah, he did overuse that bow. Skill, repeat fire. Assume stance to activate repeat firing mechanism, and repeat fire with normal and strong attacks. I prefer blades over bows, so I'll get his greatsword. 20,000 souls. Another weapon to add to our collection. Okay. And then what about that other item we picked up? The blood. The dark soul. There it is. Blood of the dark soul. Blood of the dark soul that seeped from the hole within Slave Knight Gale. Used as pigment by his lady in Ariandel to depict a painted world. When Gale came upon the Pygmy Lords, he discovered that their blood had long ago dried, and so consumed the dark soul. Interesting. Love that crossbow. Very cool. That I can understand. You do love your crossbows, Jans. Okay. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. That was the fourth thing. Alright, so now we have time for our little, sort of our little break. We're not gonna take a break, but this is sort of like an intermission. Okay. So we're going to do 4 things right now. And then after those 4 things, we're going to move on to the main campaign's final boss. So thing 1, we are going to return to DLC 1. And let's see here. Speak to the painter. Ariandel Chapel. Pygmy Lords are the inheritors of the dark soul found by the furtive pygmy. Very cool. I wonder what they did with it. Like, those who inherited the Great Souls did some really crazy stuff with it. Uh-oh. It wasn't like this when I was here last time. I mean, it looked that way down here, but the upstairs wasn't on fire. Watch video says, oh my gosh, you're going to steamroll the final boss. You think so? I've heard he's challenging. I've heard he's not as challenging as Midir or as strong as Gale, but I have heard he's pretty strong. Jan says, I just remembered something. You never faced a Red Phantom Ava in DLC 2, did you? No, that's one of the 4 things we're gonna do. Bunch of Video says, +3 protection makes you tanky as heck. Well, maybe. Plus your character level is the Hulk on steroids. That's somewhat true. I do have a lot of vigor, and I think the Ring of Protection +3 does help. But I feel that might just make me average. And the reason I say that, and I kind of said this in other streams before, is that I've been quite stubborn in that I don't want to wear armor. I want to maintain the role play of a cleric, and so I only have on the Archdeacon robes. Oh, look at Smaug. Hammer and everything. And the robe and the crown have very low defense. They have pretty good curse defense, but they have very low physical protection. And so when I wear like the Ring of Steel Protection +3, that might put me on par with like a character that wears regular armor. So it doesn't make me super tanky, it just kind of brings me up to like a normal level. Jens is correct. The fire goes upstairs if you beat Gale. Oh. Bunch of Video says I was 130-ish, +3 protection ring, light armor, and killed him in like 5 seconds. That's pretty awesome. Tikutsuna says, I just take a bath, I was feeling smooth. Oh. Well, I hope you enjoyed your bath, Tikutsuna. I wonder what happens if you buy DLC 2 and you beat it, and then you like purchase and try to play through DLC 1. What happens? Would the church already be on fire? Probably not. Would it start on fire as soon as like you beat Sister Friede? Would you still be able to summon Gale for some of the boss fights in DLC 1? Would you encounter him? That's a good question. Would you encounter Gale? Could you encounter Gale in the cleansing chapel so that he could give you the painting so that you could go into the painted world if you've already killed Gale in DLC 2? I don't know. The attic's on fire. You might want to leave.
Ashen One, thy gift of flame has taken root, and Uncle Gale will soon bring the pigment, colored like the dark soul of man.
Yeah, I'm sure Gale will be here soon.
I wonder if Uncle Gale has found it.
Oh, we found it.
Pigment, colored like the dark soul of man.
I'm sure he found it.
I wonder the pigment.
Uncle Gale. Oh boy. Give blood of the dark soul. Yes.
My thanks, Ashen One. With this will I paint a world. Please tell me thy name. I would name this painting after thee.
Oh, thank you. Share your name.
My thanks. I will paint a world of that name.
The world
It will be
of
a
Orpheum.
cold, dark, and very gentle place. And one day, it will make someone a goodly home. I wonder when Uncle Gale intends his return. I hope the new painting will be to him a gentle home.
Might be waiting a while.
My thanks, Ashen One. I will assuredly finish the painting of a cold, dark, and very gentle place. One day, it will make someone a goodly home.
Now, do you think anything will be done? Do you think maybe there's supposed to be a DLC 3 for Dark Souls 3 that was never made? And that DLC was supposed to be the Painted World, like a new Painted World? Do you think the painting could in fact be Bloodborne? Do you think the painting could be an eventual Dark Souls 4? Or maybe we'll enter that painting in Dark Souls 4, if there is a Dark Souls 4. I feel like it's weird to give the soul to this person, and then you get dialogue, but nothing happens. It would be cool if I gave him the soul, and then I could actually go into the Painted World. Otherwise, you went through that for no real reason. Or at least see the painting finished. Even if you can't go into the painting, it would be nice if you could at least, like, see it finished. Okay. Alright. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to return to the Ringed City. And we have to get back to the stairs where we met Shira. I'm not sure which way is the fastest way there, though. Might be Ring City streets. Let me scroll up here. Jan says, due to the nature of them being treated separately due to their separate releases, DLC 1 is unaffected by DLC 2's status. Huh. Interesting. Poor Painter doesn't know Gale is gone. Yep. And Jamera is here. Hello, Jamera. Welcome on in. Jamera has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Jamera. Jan says, the new Painted World was an allegory for Miyazaki moving on to a new project. An ambitious new project in its infant stages. But no one knows what that project is? I know by the time Dark Souls 3 released, Bloodborne was already done. Do you think the painting could have been Elden Ring? Do you think that's the Painted World? That'd be pretty wild. I don't think it can be Elden Ring. Because he describes the Painted World as having three distinct characteristics. He said cold, dark, and gentle. Now, gentle isn't necessarily true. Because when we went into the Painted World of Ariamis in Dark Souls 1, and we spoke to Priscilla, she said something like, oh, this world is... What'd she say? This world is peaceful, its inhabitants are kind. Which was not true. But, I mean, she perceived it to be true. So if she perceived it to be true, maybe the painter child here in Dark Souls 3 perceives that to be true. I don't know. But aside from that, dark and cold. When I look at Elden Ring, maybe parts of it are dark and cold. But that's not the vibe I get when I look at Elden Ring. That is the vibe I get when I look at screenshots of Bloodborne. It almost always looks dark, and I don't know about cold. I don't recall seeing snow. There could be, but I just don't recall seeing it in any of the screenshots I've seen. Mira says, give the soul to the painter has a very minor effect based on what you picked there. Oh, the name of the painting would change had you said you had no name. I wonder what the name would have been. Yukatsuna says, let's go to final boss. Eventually. Hey, Food Day's here. Dark and cold. You called me. Welcome in, Food Day. How you doing? We're making good progress. Food Day. We beat the Demon Prince. Well, you saw us beat the Demon Prince. We beat the Spears of the Church. We beat Midir, which is now my favorite boss in Souls. We just beat Gale. And we only have one boss left to complete our first full playthrough of Dark Souls 3, which is the final boss of the main campaign. We saved him for last. So we'll be doing that. We're going to do 3 other things first. 2 of them are going to be here in the Ring City, and then 1 is going to be someplace else, and then we're going to go hit up the boss. Oh, the painting would have been named Ash? Interesting. I'm guessing canonically it's named Ash. But I guess we were never supposed to give him our name. That would make sense that no matter... that the painting is just called The World of Ash. Or... that makes sense. If the painting is called Ash, then that means within the painting, maybe there is a character called Ash. Ash Ketchum. It's the story of Pokemon. That's how Pokemon came into existence. They were painted into existence by the child within DLC 2 of Dark Souls 3. It all makes sense. Instead of killing the creatures, you just catch them and train them. They're all little demons. That's what it is. Jan says, I'd rather the way that deals with less headless enemies. Me too. Yes, we beat Midir. It took a while, but we did it. What's your status in Dark Souls 3, Fude? But it says, I beat Gale and the Sword Peeps. Nice. How many times did it take you for those bosses? I'll tell you after... Actually, I can tell you now. I was going to say I'll tell you after the ad ends. We have an ad starting about now. So, we'll go on and talk. And then, in 3 minutes, we'll resume our journey through the Ring City. First stop will be Shira's area. I think there we can collect her armor. Let's see. How many times did it take for those bosses? I think we beat... Well, let's see. I think we beat the Spears of the Church on our... I think it was on our 4th try. I think the first 2 times we fought the Spears of the Church, we fought like real players. Because I guess like real players can get summoned into the boss fights like a PvP boss, or it can be. And they beat me pretty quick because I'm not good at PvP. And then the 3rd try was against the game's like normal AI, and they beat me. And then the 4th time was against the game's AI, and it was Veliger, and I beat him. So 4th try on the Spears of the Church. Against Midir, I think we tried fighting against Midir for about an hour on Friday. And then I think we tried him again. I think it was like 4 hours yesterday. And we beat him. So I don't know how many tries that was, but it's 5 hours of tries. With Gale, we tried twice yesterday, and I think we tried either 5 or 6 times today. So like 8 tries, maybe? Oh, congrats! Fude has finished all of Dark Souls 3 plus DLC. Congrats, Fude. Big congrats. So what's next for you? Tukitsuna says, oh, I remembered something related to Bloodborne. Oh, that you and your cousin have some banter back and forth about it? Oh, what, did you, like, first try all these bosses, Fude? Because you remember your cousin explaining to you the main area of Bloodborne? Okay. But it says, between the Spears and Gale, it was 2 attempts. I'm playing Hollow Knight now. I hope Hollow Knight goes well. I want to play that someday as well. I feel like I want to get through the rest of the Castlevania games first, because I already started playing through that series. We beat the first 3 Castlevania games on stream. And I would like to play through as many Castlevania games as I can on stream. At least the ones that are not exclusive to Nintendo, because I have no way of streaming Nintendo games. But after that, yeah, I would like to try to get more into maybe some other Metroidvanias. I'd really like to try Metroid, but that is Nintendo exclusive. So getting into something like Hollow Knight, I could see that. How's Hollow Knight going? Oh, but congrats, Fude. Congrats. Big congrats. And welcome back, everyone, from the ad. All right, so item 1 of 4 is marked off our list. We completed DLC 1, the Painter segment. Now we're going to try to reach Shira here in the Ringed City to see about getting her armor set. So, Tears of Denial. All right, now I know I can run that way and then go left and hit the stairs, but then I have to run past a bunch of enemies. I don't want to do that. But I can come over here and climb this ladder. It's a long ladder. It's a really long ladder. Okay. And then if I'm right, if I drop down here and go that way, I'll find some other knights. And I'll find a giant who will start summoning people. I'm going to try to ignore them all and just go run down the stairs. And hopefully I'll be able to get through. Let's see. Actually, you know what? Let's go back real quick. Well, should I go back? Yeah, let's go back. I have 100,000 souls on me. I don't want to lose 100,000 souls, and it is very possible that I'm going to die. Usually whenever we have our Ember, we manage to survive for 20, maybe 30 minutes, and then we lose the Ember. I don't keep it too long in Dark Souls 3. So just in case, I want to pull out a Ring of Sacrifice. Okay. But it says, Hollow Knight is good, just a little brutal with it, lol. How would you compare the difficulty of Hollow Knight to the difficulty of Souls? Tukitsune says, I will play Hollow Knight when I get a PS4 controller to PC. Because for now, my controller is a PS2 and an iPega to play on cell phone. Okay. Never heard of that controller, the iPega. Fuda says, I'm playing on keyboard and mouse. It's challenging. Hope you enjoyed. The music is awesome. Oh, for the final boss of the main campaign? It's a different learning curve from Dark Souls games, but you're slowly getting into it. Okay. Main character's nice. But it says, I'm used to Souls games, so I think I'm okay. Hollow Knight is 2D, which I'm not the best at, along with it being platformy. I was gonna rage quit last stream, no lie. Music for the last boss of Dark Souls 3 is good. You meant the Hollow Knight music, though? Okay. Alright, before dropping down, let's replace our Estus ring with the Ring of Sacrifice, just to be safe. And let's swap out our Frost Hammer for our Lightning Hammer. Okay. And two-hand. And here we go. See if we can run through and not die. Ah! Oh, wrong way. Yes, I was hoping he would just turn around and walk away. Alright. Well, we made it into to Shira's room. So this is where she's been the whole time. It's kind of got a stink. I mean, the chairs are nice, but she got no bed. We just, like, sleeping here on the stone floor? Shira's crown, armor, gloves, and trousers. Alright. So that's 2 of 4 things done. Next up, make our way back outside and try to get the Alwa set. Or no, the Black Witches set and the Murakumo. Let's take a tinkle. Okay. Tukitsune says, I finished Super Metroid a while ago, so I think I'll be more familiar with the game. Oh, congrats, Tukitsune. You need to come back to this area. Buddha says, I might play Lords of the Fallen or Dragon's Dogma next. I've heard good things about both, especially Dragon's Dogma. It took you 6 hours to beat Super Metroid? Okay. Alright. We're almost finished healing up. And then where we have to go at the Black Witch set and fight Alva is very close. I'm again just going to try to run through everything. Hopefully it'll work. That hurt. I wonder if this works to hide from them. Nice. I guess since we broke line of sight. Yeah. I mean, that little guy's gonna come over here. Because this is where he normally resides, but... I think other than that, we're okay. I might even let him come all the way over here, because once he does, I think he turns around, and his back should be towards us, like facing us. Because he's really just waiting for someone else to come across the bridge to attack them. Is he done? I think he has. Okay. And I think we go this way, and I think there's a knight. There we go. Okay, we gotta beat him, and then I think we fight Alva, and then we get our witch set. Alright. Some perseverance. And you know what? Sacred Oath. Ow, ow, ow. And I'm stuck. Oh yeah. He's a good blocker, boy. Gotcha. Couple of Titanite chunks. Oh. Gonna be around, gonna make some food and play some Hollow Knight. Alright, Food Day. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for stopping in. Now, I saw in video that this is about where you get invaded. But I don't know if it's gonna happen for us. Because we've already killed the bosses to these areas. And I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But the witch set should still be here. Yeah, maybe we can't be invaded now, since we killed the bosses. Because I think he should spawn, like, right here. Because I think this is the Black Witch set. Yep. So we're gonna have to do this in New Game Plus. That's fine. I'll have more people to help me. Murakumo, a great sword for quality builds. Yes, very large sword, very powerful sword. Remember it from Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. Yep, I guess that's it. Is there anything else over here? No, okay. I never did come this way. Alright. Let's head back to Bonfire. We'll do some quick inventory management. And I actually want to go try one more thing before we try our last thing. And then we move on to the final boss. Jazz asks, are you mentally prepared for New Game Plus headless enemies? What are headless enemies? I don't recall seeing any enemies that don't have heads. I wouldn't like to bump into any, though. Murakumo was the first weapon you ever plus 10'd. Carried you through your first Dark Souls 2 playthrough, says Jans. Cool. Ah. And for Tukitsune, it was the Gut Sword, which is the Great Sword. He two-handed it and did fast rolls. Nice. Jan says, the big ones with the soul vortexes for a head. I don't know what those are. I don't recall seeing anything like that. A soul vortex for a head? No. Unless those are exclusive enemies for New Game Plus. Oh, you plunge attack them for massive damage. Okay. I don't know what they're actually called. In my mind, they're just called the Steely Boys. Because to me, it looks like... It looks like they're a collection of swords and daggers that were, like, bent to form armor and all welded together. And then it's like a dark soul inhabits that armor. Almost like it's an enchanted suit of armor. But yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Those are going to be tanky. I'm hoping that they'll still die just as easily from a plunge attack, though. Okay. So, what I want to try next... Let's put away some stuff first. Titanite chunks. Okay. Shira's Crown. Crown of Shira. Knight in service to Filianor. Finely crafted with silver and fashioned with a pearl from a man-eater shell. A man-eater shell. I don't think we found any of those in Dark Souls 3. I think those did exist in Dark Souls 1, though. The man-eater shells? Weren't those the shell creatures outside the boss room for Seath the Scaleless in the Crystal Cave? Shira delivered the crucified Mad King to a dark room, where she stayed in her formal wear, even though none would see her. Shira's armor. Very pretty armor. Armor of Shira, knight in service to Filianor. A rare woman's piece from ancient times. With a spun gold shawl draped over the silver breastplate and a green woven skirt, this armor offers a subdued yet refined elegance, apropos to both a handmaiden of the princess and one whose veins course with royal blood. Very, very pretty. If I were role-playing a female knight, Shira's armor would be the armor that I wear. Shira's gloves. Crafted with Parthian leather and graced with brass buttons. One article of Shira's night garb. Shira's trousers. Made of Parthian leather boots over a silk underlayer. And then the Black Witch hat. This is the witch from Dark Souls 1. The purple hat of the witch Zuli, who intended to seduce Alva the Wayfarer, but eventually became his closest supporter, spending her entire life with him. The pointed hat is a symbol of heretical magical crafts, and Zuli wore hers with an unspoken but deep sense of pride. Black Witch garb. It is said that Zuli the witch, who was never loved nor loved another, experienced all manner of misfortune, and yet in the end found her purpose in life. Aww. Black Witch wrappings. And Black Witch trousers. I wanted to wear Spears of the Church. I don't think I can. I thought that you would only get summoned into battle when you were in a DLC 2 area, but I equipped Spears of the Church in areas outside of DLC 2, and it still flashes white, which makes me think that the game is trying to summon me, or it's searching for people around my level, and if they are and they're in that area, then it'll summon me into the boss fight. So I would like to keep it equipped, but I don't think I can. Sun Bros it is. But I want a spear. I want to be a spear of the church. Is that an item over there? Oh no, that's just another monster. That's a little... He's under the muck there. Alright, I want to go back to the guy at the very beginning of DLC 2. Mausoleum Lookout. The guy who said he would be our ally. I want to see if he's still there. And if he is, what he says. Oh, maybe I should have kept the Blood of the Dark Soul and talked to him while I still had it on me. Maybe he would have said something unique. Because he wanted to be our ally in obtaining the Dark Soul. I guess we could try that in New Game Plus. Just in case. Oh, he's not here anymore. I wonder where he went. He said he would be our ally. And then he disappeared. And we never saw him again. Maybe that's part of another side quest that I messed up or never completed. Okay. One more thing to do. And I don't remember how to do it. Jans might know, though. So, Jans. How do I get the Havel armor? We killed Havel back in DLC 1, and you said it was like a weird way. There was a weird way to obtain his armor. Remember a stray demon near the old Wolf of Faron bonfire? I do. It's there. Go to where it was? Okay. The stray demon near the old Wolf of Faron bonfire. Oh, is that it over there? Havel's full armor set. Well, there you go, Tukitsuna, now you know. Hey, welcome in, Geist. Gale, huh? Wish you luck. We beat him. We already beat Gale. And welcome in, Asgore. How are you two doing? Yeah, we fought Gale twice yesterday. We got kind of close in our second try yesterday. And then we beat him on our 5th try today. I think it was our 5th try. Oh, I passed it. It was fun. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to fight the main boss. Not the main boss, sorry. The final boss of the main campaign. We kept him for last. I believe I've beaten all the DLC bosses. Let's see. Those are all the bosses we've beaten so far. Do keep in mind, though, I haven't updated it with Gale. So include Gale in there, even though it's not typed in there. All right. Oh, let's put the armor away. Havel's Helm. Armor as if hewn from a giant boulder. Highly protective, but excessively heavy. The warriors who followed Havel the Rock never flinched, nor retreated from battle, crushing any foe that stood in their way. Havel's armor. And his gauntlets. And the leggings. Alright, so this is a non-DLC area. Now, if I go in, and I equip the Spears of the Church Covenant item. See how it's already blinking? It's flashing, so it's trying to summon me? If I keep this on, and I'm in a boss fight, like, let's say I'm in the final boss fight, right? I'm fighting the final boss of the main campaign. Can the game pull me out of that boss fight to send me to go fight another player? Or will it leave me alone because it knows I'm in a boss fight? Like, I already know if I go to the Firelink Shrine, it won't try to summon me. Like, that area, I guess, is off limits. But anywhere else, and it seems like it's trying to summon me. Cool. You wish me Deer were harder? I think he was perfect. Of course, I say that having died him for 5 hours. It's only active if I can place a summon sign. I thought it would automatically try to summon me in. Ah, good morning, Squirmy Duck. How are you? Did we beat Gale yet? We did. We beat Gale on our, I think it was our 5th try today. Jan says, within the ringed city itself, no summon sign is needed. Ah. Summon signs and auto summons follow the same location rules. Oh. So even though it's flashing, that doesn't mean it's going to summon me. If I were in the ringed city, I would automatically be queued to be summoned in. But so long as I'm not in the ringed city, I won't be auto-summoned in. Okay, I got you. Well, that makes me feel better then. Then I will remain a Spear of the Church. And Squirmy Duck is now on a 3-stream streak. Thank you, Squirmy Duck. I appreciate the consistent viewership. Thank you. Jan says I don't trust that flashing still. I'm a little sus about that as well. We'll see what happens, though. If I get pulled in, well, then we'll know what's what. Asgore says, if you can't place a summon sign or use a red-eye orb, you can't be summoned. Well, I can use one. But I guess it only works... I'm gonna guess it only works if I'm in the Ring City. But like I said, if I just get summoned in automatically as we're talking or we're doing other things, then we'll know I'm wrong. Alright. I got 107,000 souls. I don't really want to use them or lose them. But I mean, we still need like another 130,000 souls to level up. We're not going to get that anytime soon. I probably would get that or close to that by beating the final boss of the main campaign. I just wonder how many times I'll have to try in order to beat him and if I'll be able to collect my souls each and every time. It'll just be something we'll have to risk. Okay. Where are we going? Kiln of the First Flame. Teleport to a boss room and try to use a sign? I'm willing to chance it. Here we go. Alright, Tears of Denial. Let's get back our focus points. Our first ever attempt at the main game's final boss. A Black Knight. I have a feeling he's not going to be weak to dark or fire. Maybe lightning? Maybe blessed? Probably not blessed. Maybe frost. Let's try frost. Okay. And we'll buff before we go in. Sacred Oath. Two hand. Perseverance. Let's do it. You're dead! You're not dead. Okay. Oh, phase 2. I hate phase bosses. Oh! Ow. Ow! It's the Gwyn music! Oh. Ow! Oh, you are so cheap. I hate you. He has the Gwyn... He has the Gwyn grab. Oh my gosh. He fights just like Gwyn now. Just like Gwyn would never let you heal in Dark Souls 1. He's not letting me heal either. I got stuck on a plant. Now is he dead? We did it! Soul of the Lords, Lord of Cinderfallen. We first tried the final boss of the main campaign. Nice. Soul of the Lords. That was good. That was good. Let me scroll back up to catch up with chat here. Squirmadex says, I started a character for your stream last night. I just beat the Curse-Rotted Greatwood. Oh, congrats, Squirmadex. That's a lot of progress in one night. That's at least... What is that, 2 bosses? The Crystal Sage and the Curse-Rotted Greatwood? Asgore says, short answer, no. You can't be summoned as a spear in a boss room, period. Okay, that's good to know. Plin, plin, plon. Yes, that was quite touching. I did not like the fact that he had the moveset that Gwyn had, because the only way I could beat Gwyn in Dark Souls 1, the only way I could beat Gwyn in Dark Souls 1 was through parry. And I don't have a shield right now, so I'm like, if I have to parry this guy to win, I'm toast. Gwyn's moveset with sunlight magic to boot. It ends where it begins, beating Gwyn. Very nice. Odd, welcome to our Magic Menagerie, Anditsu. Thank you for the follow, Anditsu. DLC kind of makes Cinder difficulty a cakewalk. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this would have been harder had I just fought the final boss and then rolled into the DLC rather than keeping him for last. Anditsu says, yo, is this the Plin Plin Plon boss? It is. It was. Tukitsune redeemed Congo Rats. Thank you for the congrats, Tukitsune. Thank you for the GG's Motre Vendier and Tukitsune. And Squirmy Duck. Yes, we did it, chat. We did indeed. First try. He's neutral to all elements save fire and weak to blunt. Okay. Well, I was right not to use fire then. And all our great hammers are blunt, so that worked. You can parry the enemies, but not parry the feelings. Oh, so true, Tukitsune. So true. Anditsu redeemed, hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome in, Anditsu, for the very first time. Good to have you here. Anditsu says, I just beat Friday after 3 months. Oof. I kinda know that feeling. It didn't take us 3 months. It took us 3 days. But it was a tough fight. Congratulations, Anditsu. She is a tough boss. And it is surprising when you find out that she has not 2, but 3 phases. That's it's pretty crazy. Oh, Scrimmage says, nah, not Crystal Sage, but about 2 to 3 bosses. Okay. I guess Crystal Sage comes after the Curse-Rotted Greatwood, then. Yes, nice work, Anditsu, and welcome. Jen says, Komodo went full Great Axe poise mode against Gwyn. Yes, I think I remember that. Komodo found the broken build in Dark Souls 1, which is stack Havel's armor, have incredible defense, have incredible poise, and then just tank through everything. Tukitsuna says, you can't parry Soul of Cinder. Your cousin tried. Okay. That makes it even hard. That makes it even scarier. Like, we're gonna throw someone at you. We're gonna throw a boss at you that has the same moveset as Gwyn, but you can't parry this one. It's like, oh no. Watching Video says, the one regret I had with doing DLC first is that it makes this game's final boss easier. Thank you for the Congo, Ratch Jans. Asgore says, also, Perseverance is a parry for Great Hammers. Oh, in other words, it makes it like... It makes it easier? Is that what you're saying? You were shocked? I bet. Ah, Squirmadic is doing the run-up to Crystal Sage right now. I see. The buff only lasts 2 seconds. It's not that short, is it? I would guess the Perseverance buff lasts like a minute, unless you're exaggerating. I was saying earlier, and I said this twice, that I had no idea how Perseverance worked. Like, I didn't know what it did. I read it multiple times. I had no idea what it did. Well, I had some idea, but I didn't know. I didn't have the full idea of what it did. Do it right now. Count it. I don't think I'd even see the buff icon. Let's see. Yeah, there's no icon. Like, nothing comes up. I don't see any, like, any difference. Oh, was that it? Is it that light golden glow around my shoulders? 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, that's not fair to time it that way, because I don't have control of my character while he's slamming it into the earth. 1, 2, 3. About 3.5 to 4 seconds. That's it, though? I thought maybe the effect happened and it just faded. I would hope that it would last longer than that. It's the aura. 5 seconds. Wow, that's horrible. Laughed and uses his pre-boss buff. Was this one the last boss? Yes, Enditsu. We saved the final boss of the main campaign for last. I know in Dark Souls 3, similar to Dark Souls 2, once you beat the main campaign, you can then go and do the DLC. But in Dark Souls 1 and in Demon Souls, it's not like, well, in Demon Souls it's not like that, but Demon Souls doesn't have DLC. But in Dark Souls 1, if you beat the main campaign, but you don't do the DLC first, then you can't do the DLC. You have to replay the game either with a new character or a new game plus, and then you have to beat the DLC before you beat the main campaign. And so that sort of like started a tradition with us here. And so now we always save the main boss of the campaign, or the final boss of the main campaign, for last. And so I wanted to wait to save him for after the DLCs. And so yeah, we beat every boss in DLC 1, every boss in DLC 2, And we came back to the main campaign and beat the last boss, beat the final boss. Asgore says it's supposed to be used to counter stun locks. You can time it to stagger Soul of Cinder out of the Gwyn combo. Huh. Yep, as a quick response, not as a long buff. So in other words, like, if you know you're going to take damage, if you know you're going to be hit by something, or like grabbed, and you don't think you can avoid it, like you don't think you can roll away in time, instead of trying to guard against it, or instead of trying to like roll away, you can just... I thought I was two-handing my hammer there. You can just... And that will make it so that you can't be grabbed, you can't be staggered, and then once you pick up the hammer, then you can go in and you can swing. So that's what that's for. I see, I see. Isn't that slower than a roll? It is. But I think what they're getting at is, if you roll, you can avoid all damage, but if you roll, you might still be next to the boss. Or not next to the boss. You might be too far away from the boss. So, like, maybe you roll... Maybe the boss is, like, right in front of you, and you want to try to roll to the side or roll away. But if you roll to the side, like, look how much distance is between me and where I was. Like, I was right around here. I was right behind this thing. So if I roll over here, and I miss the boss's weapon swing, and I turn around, and I swing my own weapon, I'm not going to hit the boss. I'll just miss. But if he goes to grab me, and he can't grab me because I'm doing that, he's going to miss the grab. I'm going to be standing right in front of him, and when I swing, I'm going to have added damage on my swing because it boosts the damage that I deal while the buff is active. And it also boosts my defense. Does it boost my defense? Yes, it does. And my poise. So it's kind of like blocking, but you gain a very, very tiny boost. Not tiny boost. You gain a boost of damage for a very tiny amount of time. So it's interesting. It's an interesting technique. You can swing twice without being staggered at all. Nice. Oh wait, you beat him? Yep, we just beat him, Fude. First try. You bonk him. Aww. Tukatsuna says, for me, Dark Souls 1 is like, play through Dark Souls 1 almost to every boss, enter the DLC, save Sif, cry in the fight against Sif, and then finish the game. Yeah, we never did that in our run, but I know a lot of people have. Impressed. Thank you, Fude. Asgore says, I normally use Slayer armor, Great Axe. Alright, so I'm guessing I can either rest at the bonfire, and that will rekindle the first flame, thus perpetuating the cycle. Or I can probably leave the boss arena, and I guess that means we're, like, abandoning our duties. What is this summon sign, though? Oh, summon Firekeeper. Oh, I guess this is the other ending, since we gave her the eyes. I kind of want to do this one. Yes. I summon you, Firekeeper. That is a really pretty crown. I feel like the canonical ending to this cannot be us lighting the, like, rekindling the flame. But if we just leave the arena, I feel like that's just us shirking our duties as a whole. Like, we should do something, but we shouldn't rekindle, but we shouldn't just, like, leave. There should be a third option. Okay, so you collect some of the fire. You're not gonna, like... You're not gonna become my sacrifice, are you? I hope not.
The first flame quickly fades. Darkness will shortly settle. But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness. Like embers linked by Lord's Pass. Ashen One, hearest thou my voice still?
I do. Trophy earned. The End of Fire. That's it. We did it. We've just completed our first playthrough of Dark Souls 3. All bosses, both DLCs. Oh. That was good. That was good. After beating it, after beating all the DLCs, I would say that Dark Souls 2 is still my favorite. And then Demon Souls. But now, which do I like more? Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3? Dark Souls 1 was a lot simpler. And I like that simplicity. But I think towards the end, towards the very end, I feel like I was really starting to get used to the combat mechanics, like the combat system, how speedy everything was. While fighting Midir. For me, Midir was the boss that taught me the combat system, I feel, of Dark Souls 3. More so than any other boss. I feel like I was just kind of fumbling around with every other boss to some extent. But I feel like Midir is the boss that made me get good. It's the boss that made me learn. And I wish I had kind of like learned sooner. But I think that's the boss that made me appreciate the combat system of Dark Souls 3. And so... I think I would say that I like Dark Souls 3 now more than Dark Souls 1. And Dark Souls 3 gave me my new favorite boss in Souls, which is Midir. Alright, let me scroll back up in chat here. Oh no, spoilers. Yeah, I'm still gonna watch. I understand not watching because you're worried about spoilers, Zenitsu. But starting Thursday of this coming week, we'll be replaying Dark Souls 3. We're gonna go into New Game Plus, and we're gonna open things up to co-op, and we're gonna do this all over again. So no spoilers there. We'll be playing through all the early game areas, and eventually all the late game areas and DLCs again, but yeah, you're just going to be seeing stuff you've already seen. What other Souls games have you played, Anditsu? Jen says, oh, you picked this ending. I see. Fude chose this ending too? Hmm. Jen says, I expected Orfeo to pick the default ending, since that's what he said before. I was thinking that. I feel like on the surface, the good ending is to rekindle a flame to perpetuate the cycle. But I feel like throughout the Souls series, you as the player have been sort of clued into more of what's going on with things, and you can choose to make different decisions. And so that's why I feel like canonically the ending of Dark Souls 1 was the linking of the flame, because the hero didn't necessarily know it was a cycle. He just knew that Gwyn ignited the cycle, he reignited the first flame, now it's going out, something has to be done. And your sacrifice will undo the undead curse. And that's all you know. And so I think the sort of the good ending for Dark Souls 1 was to perpetuate the cycle, even though you didn't really know it was a cycle. In Dark Souls 2, I feel the canonical ending was not to rekindle the first flame. It was let that duty to fall to someone else. And you went off and tried to find a way to break the cycle. In Dark Souls 3, I feel it's the same thing. It's not to perpetuate the cycle. All that does is kind of put a band-aid on it. It doesn't fix anything. And so I feel like the character should choose something else. Like, there should be a better ending. I don't know if you'd call it a good ending, but I think a better ending might be a better way to put it. And it looked like there was only 3 choices. Either rekindle the first flame, but again, that's not going to do anything. That's just going to postpone the inevitable. Or we can just leave. But if we just leave without doing anything, then that really does just kind of like... I feel like that's just abandoning our duties completely. And so, sort of the third option is to summon the bonfire lady and see what she does. So it looks like she conserved a bit of the first flame. And so, what will she do with that bit of the first flame? I don't know. Maybe one day we'll find out in Dark Souls 4. We can hope. Jan says, as a callback to Demon Souls, you can kill the Firekeeper for a brief moment before it turns dark. Oh. However, killing the Keeper will not grant any trophies for that variant of the ending. That's kind of dark. Ah, Scorita cries at everything. Begin Journey 2 in current state. Journey 2 can be initiated from the shrine bonfire if you do not wish to begin now. No. No death, no bonfire run hype? No, that's not going to be me. That's tempting to try for Dark Souls 2, because Dark Souls 2 actually has rewards if you do that. You get 2 special rings for doing that, but I'm not going to do that. Jan says, Dark Souls 2 is still my favorite. Midir hardened you to pure steel? Yes, yes he did. Midir is the best boss in Dark Souls 3. I can believe it. And he just says, can't wait to reach Midir. Now I'm motivated. There you go. You'll get there in time. Indeed, you'll get there. That's true, Asgore. That's true. That's a good point. One could say that both endings to Dark Souls 1 are canonical, because no matter what happens, cycle repeats. If you choose to link the first flame, then eventually the hero, I think it's called the Chosen One, the Chosen Undead, eventually he burns out just like Gwyn did, and then someone else has to replace him, so the cycle continues. If, on the other hand, you chose not to light the flame, the Lord of Dark, then eventually another hero must rise to rekindle the flame, and they probably kill you if you're the Lord of Dark. Take your soul, and then use that to kindle the first one. I choose to believe that, like, the real canonical ending is that you sacrifice yourself to the flame. We never did it in our stream sessions, but I think the canonical ending is that you and Solaire, like, that you rescue Solaire and Solaire helps you fight Gwyn, and that you each light or rekindle the first flame in your own world. And there's sort of a clue in Dark Souls 2 with the bone shards that you can burn at the bonfire to your Estus. It says something like the bones of a saint who sacrificed themselves to the bonfire or to the first flame, and who burnt to nothing but ash. And it feels like those are the ashes of the Chosen One from Dark Souls. Now, they might not be. They could be other heroes that sacrifice themselves to perpetuate the cycle between the events of Dark. But I feel like it is the ashes of Chosen One. But again, I could be wrong. Yes, Dark Souls 1 took place before Dark Souls. Yes, Gwyn was the first Lord of Cinder. You love when you have control, when you want to enter New Game Plus. I agree. I agree. Oh, it looks like we have an ad starting in about 20 seconds. That should be about 3 minutes long, I think. Might be a little bit longer because I did snooze it once. But then once it ends, we'll be back for another full hour of gameplay. What are we going to do with a full hour of gameplay? Not sure, but we'll figure it out. By the way, Lord of Cinder is the combination of the Chosen Undead and the Cursed One. Oh, the heroes of Dark Souls 1 and 2? I don't think so. It could be, but I don't think so. But like I said, I believe that the canonical ending, the way I interpret it, the canonical ending of Dark Souls 2 is that the Chosen Undead did not sacrifice themselves to rekindle the first flame. And if that's the case, then their soul is not part of the boss. And I do believe Demon Souls is the first Souls game. Like, there's so many links between Demon Souls and Dark Souls that you can sort of connect the dots. I shouldn't say there are a lot of them. There are some. There's enough to connect the dots, but there's not too many. And that's done deliberately. Alright, thanks for being here, Anditsu. I will see you again. Behold chat's mystical journey through the lands of Dark Souls 3, says Frosty. Asgore reveals staggering tactics against Soul of Cinder, while Tukitsune reminisces about tearful Dark Souls 1 moments. Midir discussions rise like a phoenix. Some seek lore mastery, others dream of no death runs. And lo, a twist in the tale as Orpheo's ending choice surprises all. What's next? The audience leans in, anticipation crackling like bonfire sparks. I like that. Alright, well first, How many souls do we need to level up? We need like 33,000. Large soul of a crestfallen knight. I think this will get us like 20,000. Yep. So we still need like 13,000 souls. That's not too many. 13,000, that's 4 runs. Alright. Oh, wait. I forgot about that. I almost forgot about that. What's this? Soul of the Lords. Actually, I'll wait till the ad's over and then we'll go over this. I don't want anyone to miss out on this. Also, you know what? We have like 50 seconds left of the ad. I'm gonna go refill my coffee cup, and then I'll be right back, and then we'll go through those Soul of Lords, see what we can transpose this into, and then we'll make 4 quick grind runs so we can gain a level. I'm gonna put that into strength, and we'll go from there. So BRB. Okay, we're back. Thank you all for your patience. Yes, I have myself another nice full cup of coffee. So we're going to see what we can transpose the Soul of Lord Soul into. And then we're going to make a few runs to level our character up. And then we'll see what we can do from there. Let me pop in my earbuds. And we will go through the lore of the Soul of Lords. Okay. Okay, Soul of the Lords. One of the twisted souls steeped in strength. Used to acquire numerous souls or transposed to extract its true strength. Since Lord Gwyn, the first Lord of Cinder, many exalted lords have linked the First Flame, and it is their very souls that have manifested themselves as defender of the flame. Okay, so it is as Asgore pointed out. So I guess the armor that we fought was just a husk. It was just a shell, sort of like an enchanted suit of armor that was filled with a combination of the souls of all the other Lords of Cinder. That's pretty cool. That's why it had Gwyn's moveset. And in Phase 2 it reverted back to that first form. The first Lord of Cinder. That's pretty cool. And I get the pling pling plong music. Okay, so what can we turn this thing into? Little king, oh little king. Oh, that's how you get Sunlight Spear. Miracle of Gwyn, the First Lord. Hurls a Sunlight Spear. That's probably one of the miracle scrolls we need for a trophy. The tales of Gwyn's arch-dragon hunts describe the inception of the Age of Fire. What else is there? Firelink Greatsword. The Lords of Cinder linked the First Flame, and this greatsword was wielded by their deific manifestation. This coiled sword, found thrust in the bonfire, existed long before the throneless lords themselves. Skill Ember. The fading flame momentarily illuminates and launches itself forward. I don't know what that means. Does that mean, like, you point the sword at someone and it shoots out a fireball? But I'm going to choose a scroll. 10,000 souls. Okay. Sunlight Spear is almost considered a necessity for a faith build. I believe that. Because a lot of the other miracles that clerics get are garbage. I hate to say it, but they are. I think there's more miracle variety in Dark Souls 3 than there is in Dark Souls 1. But what makes miracles hard to use in Dark Souls 3 is that all of the enemies in Dark Souls 3 move much faster than they did in Dark Souls 1. And so the casting time makes all magic worse. Now, you can up your dex, you can use different casting mechanisms to speed up your cast, you can wear a ring to help speed up your cast, but the fact that it takes so much longer to cast and enemies move so much faster, you're really stuck trying to use miracles that have good range, that are fast, and that have high damage. And there's not that many of those in the game. So far, I've only found like 2. And I have a lot of miracles. And those are Doris Gnawing, which is a dark miracle, and the... what is it called? The Great Sunlight... not Sunlight. The Great Lightning Spear? Let me see. Yeah, Great Lightning Spear. I tried regular Lightning Spear, and it's not good. It has very short range. It does almost no damage. Great Lightning Spear is a lot better. And it doesn't cost that much more either. Just another 9 focus points. How much is Sunlight Spear? 48? That's a lot of focus points. But then I don't really do anything else with my focus points other than, like, Tears of Denial and Sacred Oath anyway. Let's run some tests. Let's see how much damage it deals. Let's test it against Lothric Castle and then Dragon Slayer armor. This is typically where we test our spells. Let's be real, miracles and darks, those 3 are trash, save for a few. That's what I mean, most of the best miracles are dark. The only reason to have another spell besides Doris Gnawing is because Doris Gnawing does really, really good damage. But only if the target is unarmored. So regular hollows, beasts, really good damage. But as soon as you launch at something like one of the Lothric Knights here in armor, it does pretty bad damage. Like, it gets nerfed severely. The Lightning Bolt, the Great Lightning Spear Miracle, it doesn't do as much damage, but it does it consistently. So if you hit a beast, if you hit an armored enemy, it still deals a good amount of damage. It does a little bit more if the enemy is armored, but it has like middling damage across the board. Whereas like Doris Gnawing is like really good in some cases and really bad in other cases. So let's see what Sunlight Spear can do. I mean, it's not bad. It only takes up 1 slot, so that's kind of nice. Originally, my Miracle build was Tears of Denial, and then in between it had Doris Gnawing, and then Great Sunlight Spear, and then at the end it had Sacred Oath. But it was like, Doris Gnawing is such an extreme case. Like, I've only ever really relied on Doris Gnawing for 1 fight, and that was the boss fight against the Nameless King, and I've never used it since. And, like, if I had access to it earlier, would I have used it against something earlier? Not really. I mean, maybe I would have used it to knock an enemy off a ledge, or maybe if there were 2 enemies grouped together, maybe I would use it against 1 enemy to try to pull them one at a time. But as far as actually killing something with it, no, not really. So that's why I just ultimately took it off. Sunlight Spear, I don't know, we'll see. I don't know how much damage it's going to do. I also tried Great Lightning Arrow. We found that scroll. That deals even less damage than Great Lightning Spear. It has greater range, but it deals less damage. That's not bad. 597. And it did that without me wearing the Miracle damage boosting ring. But I feel like I can't wear the ring. Because I feel like this is like, these might be the rings I just wear forever. And I also have to ask myself, in what scenario would I use the Sunlight Spear? What would I use it to attack? I mean, I'm probably going to get a chance to use it in multiplayer, because I won't always hold aggro of the boss. But if this were single player, when would I use it? I'm thinking through the bosses. Let's see here. Let me scroll. Let me just type in the boss command. $207 damage per cast. Oh, never mind. No, it was like 597. It was 597 damage. In theory, it might help in the dragon bosses. Yeah, the Elden Ring DLC being $40, that seems extreme. $15? Sweet spot, perfect. $20? Okay. 30? You're pushing it. 40? No. But, I mean, it's supposed to be a really good DLC. It's supposed to have some depth to it, is what they're saying. It's supposed to be pretty big, includes quite a few new bosses, so maybe it'll be worth $40. I mean, that's almost the cost of an entirely new game, but if you really love Elden Ring, and you got the cash, maybe it's worth it to you. So, I mean, what I'm hoping is to pick it up on sale. Because we still have to run through New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus of Dark Souls 3 to get the Platinum Trophy. And then from there, we're going into Bloodborne. We have to beat that. And then we have to go through probably New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus in Bloodborne. And so by the time we even get to the point where we could access the DLC in Elden Ring, it's probably going to be like November or December of this year. And the DLC for Elden Ring comes out around the middle of this year. So maybe we'll get like a Black Friday sale, or maybe it'll be like a Christmas sale in the PlayStation Store for the Elden Ring DLC. Maybe it'll get like half off. I mean, probably not that much, but maybe it could happen. And if that's the case, yeah, I'll scoop it up for $20. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, they're pretty much adding a second game to it. That's what some people have said. It's like an Elden... It's not quite an Elden Ring 2, it's like an Elden Ring 1.5. Yeah, and the bigger Elden Ring fan you are, the more worth it it's going to be. And Elden Ring did win Game of the Year. So, if the DLC is at least on par with the main game, it's going to be worth it for a lot of people. And from what I've seen of the DLC, the trailer, to me it looks better than the main game. So, maybe it is worth it. Maybe it's worth that $40. I'm still hoping to get it on sale, though. Jen says, I already bought it. Can't wait for June 21st. Alright, let's look through our list of bosses here. Let me type in the command again. Okay, so which boss would I use Sunlight Spear against? This is what I have to ask myself. I have to justify its place in my spell slots, even though I have plenty of spell slots open for it. Like, would I really use it? Eodex Gundyr. No, I'm gonna use my Fire Hammer. Vort of the Boreal Valley? No, Fire Hammer. Curse-Rotted Greatwood? No, because you have to hit specific points. You have to pop the bubbles on it. So no, I'll just use my Fire Hammer. Crystal Sage? No. I'm not gonna try to outcast a caster. No. I'm just gonna run up and wallop him with my Fire Hammer. Deacons of the Deep? No. I'll probably roll into the group and just hammer them all. High Lord Wolnir? No. Because he has specific points you have to target, the bracelets. So I'll just go break him with the hammer. The Divine Hammer, my Blessed Hammer. Old Demon King. I could maybe see use them against old Demon King because he does walk slow. And I could try to hit him with some bolts. That could work. Pontiff Sullivan. No. I'm gonna do straight melee. He can close the distance too quickly, and when he's far away, he can cast, and his casts are a lot stronger than and faster than probably whatever I could throw at him. Aldrich. No. I want to stay on top of Aldrich. Yorm. No. Well... No. He does walk, but sometimes he jumps and dashes. And I feel like if I'm not careful, it can close the distance way too quick and kill me. I wouldn't try it against Yorm. Dancer of the Boreal Valley? No. Dragon Slayer Armor? No. Consumed Osseros? No. Champion Gundyr? No. No, he closes. He's too fast, too. Lorien and Lothric? No. Ancient Wyvern? No. Ancient Wyvern's like the easiest boss in the game. Just ignore him completely, or at least try to. And then just get the plunging attack. For the one-hit KO. Champion's Gravetender with Gravetender Great Wolf? No. The guy is too easy and the wolf is too fast. Nameless King. Tempting. Because he walks all the time, but ultimately no. I would, but I mean, he uses lightning, so he probably has really high lightning resist. So, he probably resists it, so no. Sister Friede. No, she moves too fast. I mean, maybe I could use it in phase 2. Maybe. The Demon Prince? Demon Prince. I don't know. Maybe? Spears of the Church? No. Midir? No. Soul of Cinder? No. Gale? No. So the only bosses I would really maybe use it against would be Old Demon King and Phase 2 of Sister Friede. And that would be it. Guy says Old Demon King would be one. Gravetender, Great Wolf might work. Sister Friede. That's a heck no. Well, in second phase, it might work. In phase 1 and 3, she's all over you. In phase 2, she tends to hold back and just, like, launch her frost along the ground. And the only one that really charges at you is the Father Ariandel. And so if you can dodge Father Ariandel and just, like, spam, like, the bolts at him from a distance, then you can punish him while also trying to keep your eye on Sister Friede. And Sister Friede tends to, like, when she does walk, I don't know if she walks at you or she walks towards Father Ariandel. Because whenever I attack Father Ariandel, she was usually on top of me within a matter of moments. So I could just stay away and just, like, throw balls at him, but that would only be during Phase 2. Phase 1 and 3 would just be pure melee. Miracles are so niche in this game, yeah. So it's like... yeah... I could see myself using Sunlight Spear, but for those specific situations, I mean, like, for those situations, I would probably use Sunlight Spear, and then I would probably swap out one of my rings. Like, maybe when facing the Old Demon King, maybe I would swap out Ring of Steel Protection +3 for the Flame Stoneplate ring for added fire resist, and then maybe swap out the Estus ring for, the ring of the what is it called? The Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. Yeah, Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. To boost the damage of the bolt. And then against Second phase, Sister Freed. Maybe replace my Ring of Steel protection, maybe, with the Frostbite or the Chillbite ring for added frost resist. And then replace the Estus ring, maybe. No, that would be too niche. I probably wouldn't change my rings at all for Sister Freed. I mean, maybe I would swap in the Chillbite ring for, or in place of the Ring of Steel protection +3. But I would keep the Estus ring on. I would still spam the bolts, though. And then against the Nameless King... Nameless King, I would probably swap out the Ring of Steel protection +3 for the Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. But instead of using Sunlight Spear, I would use Doris Gnawing. So... I mean, maybe I could spam some bolts, though. Maybe against Eodex Gundyr that could work. Like, I could enter the boss fight. Maybe enter the boss fight with Sacred Oath and Sacred Oath active because it only lasts for like a minute. And then once that buff wears off, regardless of the phase that he's in, back away, use all of my focus points to just spam Sunlight Spear. I wouldn't change my rings. I would just spam however much damage I would get from all the Sunlight Spears. And then once I'm out of focus points, then go back in and try to finish with melee. I could try that. I guess I could just keep it on. We'll see what happens. And I should get more opportunities to use it in New Game Plus and beyond, because again, the bosses aren't going to be always looking at me, since we're going to have other people with us. So I guess I'll keep it on. Most of the best miracles are the weapon imbued ones. Like magic weapon and... like, not magic weapon, like blessed weapon and lightning weapon. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we are going to hold on to this spell for now. Alright, let's try and level up. We need another... what is that, like 18,000 souls? Okay. So the place where I like to level up is Archdragon Peak and then Dragonkin Mausoleum. I feel like this is the safest spot for me to level up. Okay, we have our lightning hammer on. Tears of Denial. Rest. And then we're going to sprint through to the other side. There's 4,000. Take a tinkle. And he never knows we're here. So what is that? 4, 14. 14 divided by 4. We need to kill him 4 more times. And we should have enough souls to level up. It is one of the optimal farming spots. Definitely your spot too, says Jans. Stacking the +3 ring, King's Shield, Symbol of Avarice, and voila, 9,250 souls. Nice. I don't think I have enough faith in myself to wear the Symbol of Avarice while killing him. Because he can still kill me very quickly. If I'm not careful. I do have the Silver Serpent Ring, though. I should have put that on. That's fine, though. We only got to kill him 2 more times. Right? No, 3 more times. 3 more times? 3 more times. And batter up. Two more. And 1 more. And we're done. Yep. The threat for Symbol of Avarice is you're forgetting you didn't sit at the bonfire and dying constantly while AFK losing your souls. That happened to me a couple times when I was farming Sunlight Metals by killing the Lothric Knights at Lothric Castle. With the Lothric Knight that you're supposed to kill, it doesn't start walking away from you because it starts with its back towards you until you move. So once you start like moving towards him, then he starts walking away. And so sometimes I would go to the bonfire, I would sit down, I'd reset, I'd get up, and then like a thought would pop into my head, or I'd be thinking about like how many Sunlight Metals do I need, or I would like pop onto Discord and check messages, and then like before I knew it, I would hear, oh, and I'm like, what? Oh, I was standing up, and then my characters didn't have to get my souls back. The bell sound is burned into your brain. The chime.
Ashen One, if when thou peerest upon the first flame, thou wishest yet for a world without fire, for an end to the linking of the fire, then call upon me. I am a firekeeper, and I tend to the flame to the very end. Thou hast given me eyes, and such it was they showed me. Very well. Then touch the darkness within me. Take nourishment from these sovereignless souls. Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels, manifestation of disquality, elucidated by fire, burning deep within me.
243,000 souls to level up again. 7 levels to go.
Mayst thou thy peace discover.
I'm trying to get to 50 strength, Geist. I have decided to add a 5th Great Hammer to my weapon loadout. I feel like the Blessed Great Mace is only really useful in the Catacombs of Karthus against the skeletons. Lightning is good against those heavily armored. Fire, I would guess, is good against anyone who uses frost, like Vort of the Boreal Valley. And Frost is good against fire enemies, like maybe the Old Demon King. But there's probably some enemies who resist fire, ice, and lightning. And if that's the case, I may as well go raw. And I think my best option for that, or at least the option I want to use, is Morn's Great Hammer. I've already fully leveled it up. I just need to meet the requirement of 50 strength. I've well surpassed the faith requirement. So once I get there, I think it'll do some pretty good damage. And it seems to have a built-in Wrath of the Gods effect, so I still kind of get that extra miracle. You love Leto's Great Hammer? It does look cool, but we need, what, 60 strength to use that? Yeah. I don't think I'm going to bump strength up to 60. 50, okay. Because we're kind of close to that anyway. We only need another 7 levels. But 60? If it gets to the point where we hit 50 in strength, and I'm looking for more places to put points, I'm probably going to keep pushing points into Vigor until it stops giving me HP. And Attunement for more focus points. Once those get capped, I don't know. Maybe Faith? We'll see. It's gonna take a while till I strength hits 50 anyway. Renix says, just beat Crystal Sage and made it to the next bonfire after that. Congratulations, Squirmy. Leading up to Cathedral of the Deep. I am just running through quickly so I can level up. LOL. Well, you've got time, Squirmy. You've got time. We're not starting New Game Plus till Thursday. So that gives you almost a full week. But I understand you want to be of level, so when you join us, you can help out without dying in a few hits. What is your build? What is your class, Squirmy? All right. What happens if I go back to the boss arena? For killing of the first flame. Can I use the bonfire that's there? That'd be pretty cool if I go to use the bonfire and it triggers another ending, and then I knock out 2 endings. Or do I get to fight the Soul of Cinder again? That'd be kind of cool. Nope. It's a nice place, though. Oh, there's the bonfire. Sort of. The dead bonfire. Can I break these? Oh, I can. The weapons of all the other warriors who tried and failed. Are there any quest lines that we can follow or that we can do? Probably not, because I've killed all the bosses. I wonder, since we beat a boss now, will that advance the painting? Will it be finished now? Scormonic says, I went mercenary to play with you. I'm probably going to do Pyromancer for my own stream. Okay. At this point, you don't think so? There's no side quest left that I can do? Okay. I know there's stuff I can farm, but I don't want this to become a farming stream. I tried farming a weapon this morning, but it wasn't going well. It's a dagger, I think, called the Harpe. H-A-R-P-E. And it looks like a sickle. And it's supposed to drop from red-eyed hollows in the undead settlement. And I killed one. It must have been at least 10 times, and he didn't drop anything at all. So, wasn't going well.
My thanks, Ashen One. I will assuredly finish the painting of a cold, dark, and very gentle place. One day, it will make someone a goodly home.
Do you think the painted worlds are created dimensions? Do you think the painters really create the location? Or do you think when they paint something, it just links to a pre-existing destination? No, it probably creates it. I wonder if it's burning downstairs. Nope. I just thought of a wild way that Demon Souls could connect into Dark Souls. It's not something I've thought of before, but it would make sense. All of Dark Souls could just be a painted world. So the other painted worlds we visit, the painted world of Ariamis, the painted world of Ariandel, could be painted worlds within a painted world. But if you think of it that way, like in Demon Souls, there was no first flame, there was no kindling, there was no cycle. That's purely a Dark Souls thing. And it was mentioned here in DLC 1 that when the world fell to rot, the flame had to be lit to burn everything away so that a new painting world, I guess, could come into existence. Maybe that kind of works that way in Dark Souls. Granted, the world doesn't burn away. It's just one person that needs to be sacrificed, but maybe it's like a different sort of painting rule. Like one person has to sort of sacrifice themselves to reverse a curse within the painting. It's an interesting theory. It could be true. I'm a bigger fan of my original thought, which is that Dark Souls just takes place within the same world as Demon Souls. Just different time periods. All right. Well, we could call it here. I do actually want to keep playing Dark Souls 3. And if I hop off stream, I will keep playing Dark Souls 3. I'll probably just go back to farming for weapons. But I mean, if there's nothing left to do, then there's nothing left to do. Let me take a look. To see what else we might get up to real quick. Excuse me. Okay, let's see here. Let me type in New Game Plus. Dark Souls 3. Okay, to do checklist before New Game Plus. Night slabs. Trades with the crows. We can take a look into that. Kill all crystal lizards and ravenous crystal lizards. I guess that's what the really big ones are called. I think we did that. Collect all Estus shards and bone shards. We did that. Collect all available rings. Oh, I don't know if we did that. Let me actually launch my Dark Souls app for that, if we pulled that off. What else can we do? Defeat all bosses and mini-bosses. I think we did that. Clear out... let's see. Get ore and gems. Oh, okay, there's something we can do. There's a trophy that we can earn. What else can we do? Shrine Covenant, we did that. Okay. So we'll snag a quick trophy, and then we'll check out what the crow trades are. Jen says, not possible at the moment. +1 rings are in New Game Plus. +2 rings should be in New Game +2. So I might have missed a regular ring. Let me crank this up a bit more. But first, let's get a trophy. So there is a trophy in Dark Souls 3 where you have to infuse a weapon with every possible gem. So, let's do that. We've already used a fire gem on our fire mace back when we were using that. We've used... Oh, I can sell that. We used a lightning gem to craft our lightning great mace. We used a blessed gem to craft our blessed great mace. So what do we need? We need a heavy gem. Oh, that's right, we were talking about that before, weren't we, with Morn's hammer? A sharp gem. A refined gem. Raw gem. Crystal gem. Simple gem. Chaos gem. Deep gem. Dark gem. Bleed or blood gem. And poison gem. Oh, and hollow gem. Okay. Love the trophy icon for that. I haven't seen it yet.
Ah, well met, Ashen One. How may I be of service?
I can't buy anything new from her, can I? Since I beat the boss? I might want to grind for souls off stream, like 15,000 souls just to get those 3 rings of sacrifice. Ah, we do. The Fire Link armor set. Oh, very cool. I'll grind for that off stream as well. 12,000 apiece. 4, 8, 16 kills at Archdragon Peak, and I'll have the full armor set.
Ashen One, be sure.
Yes, yes, yes. Imagine needing to grind souls for more than 20 minutes. Dark Souls 2 gay. I miss Dark Souls 2. Very cool design. Cover art armor. Alright, let's take out the weapons we might infuse. Let's check out... We definitely want to take out Morn's Great Hammer first. Okay. And then... Also, it looks like we have an ad starting in about 30 seconds. Actually, let's just look at Morn's Hammer first, and then we'll do all the rest. I wonder how costly infusion is.
Ah, well met. 'Tis good to see ye in good health. What needs smithing this day?
Infuse. Oh, I can't. I can't infuse Morn's Great Hammer. It's not an option. My only options are the Great Maces, and that's only to use a Shriving Stone to get rid of the current elements.
Prithee, be careful. I don't want to see my work squandered.
Which is weird because it doesn't have an element. I was gonna do the same thing with Smaug's hammer, Smaug's Great Hammer. Where is it? I wanted to infuse this with lightning because, you know, in Dark Souls 1, if you kill Ornstein first, then Smaug absorbs Ornstein's power and his hammer essentially becomes infused with lightning. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. Smaug's Great Hammer has no element attached to it, but I still can't infuse it with anything. Oh, because of its unique weapon art? I see, I see. Alright. Okay. So, what do we want? And we're not going to use any of these weapons. Probably not. This is just going to be for fun. But what do we want to make? Let's go with Heavy Gem. Infused to create heavy weapon. A gem of infused titanite, famously used to forge Faron greatsword. Used in infusion to create heavy weapons. A warrior can appreciate a heavy weapon, for they scale effectively with strength. Okay, so whatever weapon you infuse with a heavy gem gains increased strength scaling. So it should be a heavy weapon. Okay. Let's see. Heavy makes me think of either like a great sword or a great hammer. But there's not, I don't think there's that many great hammers you can infuse stuff. Large club, great club, pickaxe, great wooden hammer, and I think these are all special. Yeah. Which was the hammer in Dark Souls 1 that was poisonous by nature? Was it the large club or was it the great club? I feel like it was the Great Club, but I could be wrong. Memory is foggy. No idea. I just looked it up. It was the large club. The large club by default was poisonous. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll turn the large club into poison as an homage to Dark Souls 1. What's our heavy weapon gonna be? In Dark Souls 1, I think I used the raw gem on the Great Club. Let's go in order, though. What can I use the heavy gem on? Winged Knight Halberd, maybe? No, that would strip it of its dex scaling, and it has pretty good... Well, actually, it doesn't have good dex scaling. I guess maybe Eleonora? It's not even a great weapon, though. It's just a standard axe. Winged Knight is a pretty decent raw weapon for low-level builds. Winged Knight what? The twin axes? And welcome back, everyone, from the ad.
Ah, 'tis good. What neat.
Infuse. Large club. Oh, 3,150 souls to infuse. Yeah, we don't have that many souls. So hold on. And it's different souls depending on the weapon you infuse. Okay. A different number of souls.
Be careful.
Yes, yes, yes. right.
Ah, 'tis good, wasn't he?
Large club. Infused with poison gem.
Prithee, be careful.
I wonder if I still have the poison gem in my personal inventory. No, I did use that one first. Okay. Okay. All winged knight weapons? I didn't know there were multiple winged knight weapons. Alright, so we need strength, dex, balanced, raw. I think crystal and simple scale with magic, or like make magic weapons. And I think simple gem, I don't think it's as strong as crystal, but I think the trade-off is with simple gems, you regenerate mana over time if you hold them. That's kind of like the trade-off. Chaos is like fire, I think. But I think fire gem is more fire elemental. Like it's kind of more balanced between raw and fire damage. I think chaos is more raw, with like a touch of fire. I think it's the same thing between deep and dark. And then we need to make a bleed weapon. Bleed is definitely going to be like a dagger or a short sword. And then hollow. I would like to make like a hollow bow staff, but there's no like staves in Dark Souls 3. Not like bow stabs. Only like there's casting stabs. Simple is less scaling. Yeah. And restore FP very gradually. Heavy gem, strength, sharp gem, scale effectively with dex, refined gem, scale effectively with strength and dex, raw gem, higher attack but lose scaling, crystal gem, inflict magic damage and scale effectively with intelligence, simple gem, inflict magic damage, restore FP. Okay, so maybe it doesn't scale with intelligence with simple gem, maybe it's just a flat bonus of magic damage. Chaos gem, inflict fire damage and scale with intelligence and faith. What does fire gem say? Inflict fire damage but lose scaling effects. Okay. Deep, inflict dark but lose scaling. Dark, inflict dark and scale with int and faith. Blood, inflict lacerating. Most effective with sharp or spiked weapons. Hollow. Luck boost attack. Okay. Ah, thank you for the raid, Lorelei. Welcome on in. How is Fortnite? Thank you for the raid. All status effects scale with luck. Oh. Interesting. Okay. What's our strength weapon gonna be? Actually, I want to do the Executioner's Greatsword for strength. I'm gonna put that away for now. I want it to be a big old heavy plain looking greatsword. It is a greatsword, right? Yeah, it's a greatsword. Well, it's called the Executioner's Greatsword, so yeah, it's a greatsword.
Tis good. What neat.
Use. I can't infuse the greatsword, but it's a plain greatsword.
Be careful.
I guess it has a unique weapon art as well. Stomp. Use one's weight to lunge forward with a low stance and increased poise, and follow a strong attack for a spinning slash. That's unique. It's not an ultra, though. I mean, I'd be okay with it, though. It's basically arcane with no spells attached to it. Oh, for the hollow weapons? What's the upgrade material? Anything. Nothing was... Like, I couldn't infuse it with anything. Okay. What about the Fume Ultra Greatsword? That already has strength scaling of an A. I could try that for the heavy gem. Yes, well done, Lorelei, in your stream. Your 24-hour stream. It won't outlast game. Oh! What's the upgrade material? Twinkling Scales or regular Titanite? Oh, that I don't know. Let's see.
Tis good. What neat.
For the Executioner's Greatsword, it's standard Titanite. For the Fume Ultra Greatsword, it's Twinkling Titanite. And I can't infuse either one.
Prithee, be careful.
Yes, now you can have a big sleep filled with nightmares. Well, welcome on again, or welcome on in again, Lorelei. And Raiders. We have beaten Dark Souls 3 as of today, as of maybe like half an hour ago or so. We have beaten every boss in every DLC and every boss in the main campaign. Before we end, we were just going to try to snag ourselves a quick trophy. I might just do this off stream though, because I'm probably going to have to run back and forth and grind out more souls and see which weapons exactly I can infuse. But I just have to pick one weapon to infuse with each gem here, and then I should get a trophy. And then off stream I might just try to grind for weapons and armor sets I don't have, if I can still acquire those. And that'll be it. Then that means Thursday of next week, we begin New Game Plus of Dark Souls 3. Open to multiplayer. Only 3 rules will apply for our multiplayer session in Dark Souls 3. Rule number 1, you will unfortunately have to be on a PlayStation console. Unfortunately, Dark Souls 3 does not support cross-platform play, so for those people on PC, Xbox, is Dark Souls 3 on Nintendo Switch? I know Dark Souls 1 is. I think Dark Souls 2 is. I don't know about Dark Souls 3. But unfortunately, only people on PlayStation will be able to join me as I am playing on the PlayStation version. Rule number 2. I likely will not be using microphone. I have tried that before when I do co-op in video games, and I'm not a good multitasker. I am decent at playing the game and responding to stream chat, but if I have... Wow, that guy's doing a lot of flips there. But if I'm trying to focus on that in addition to audio chat, it kind of throws me. And so we'll probably just be communicating via people who are in the party hearing my voice on stream. There will be a slight delay, but everyone joining it's not going to be their first playthrough of Dark Souls 3, so they're going to be aware of what's going on and be aware of how to get from one boss to the next. I might say some stuff like, okay, we're gonna try to go over this way to get something that I may have missed during the first playthrough or whatever, but it should be pretty simple to follow. So that's number 2. Number 3 has to deal more with item pickups. So I know some people like to be helpful and try to drop items for other players in the world to pick up. I will not be collecting any of those for 2 reasons. 1, I like to feel like I've earned everything that I have obtained, and so if I have to farm for it, if I have to kill a boss and transpose their soul to get it, I prefer to get it that way as opposed to just picking it up off the floor. And 2, unfortunately, there are some people, and I'm not saying anyone, in our stream, but we may have, like, maybe one day a random person will pop in and they'll want to join us. And they might drop some goodies for us. Well, I've heard that some of those goodies can be game-breaking and they could get you in trouble on the server. There have been stories where people have picked some stuff up and they've gotten banned for a period of time. And so I want to avoid that, and I want to avoid anyone else getting, or that happening to anyone else. So I will not be picking anything up in-game dropped by other people. If you do so at your own risk. So those are basically the three things right there. Dark Souls 2 is... Oh, Dark Souls 2 is not on Nintendo Switch. So it's only Dark Souls 1. Interesting. Okay. Let me scroll back up here. Asgore says, I know most weapons that use twinkling can't be infused. Okay. Henri's straight sword is the best weapon for Hollow, you think? Nick says, depending on the quality of my internet, I have a minimum 6-second delay and up to a 12-second delay. So if I get into your game, I will just follow you around. LOL. Well, that's fine. We'll all just be sort of ducks in a row. But I can meet all those rules, so please let me play. Of course, Squirmy Duck. I'm looking forward to having you in-game. It'll probably be you, Jans, myself, maybe on occasion Killmeter, maybe Beezers, maybe someone new. Who knows? We'll see. Oh, you mean Dark Souls 3, not Dark Souls 2. Okay, so Dark Souls 2 is on Switch. Gotcha. And Killmeter's here. Look at that. Wish I could join you in your New Game Plus ventures, but I'm on Xbox. I see. So not Killmeter. But Killmeter will be with us in spirit. And in chat. On stream. Perhaps in a future Souls game. I know that Elden Ring, I believe that Elden Ring has cross-platform play. And so maybe once we get into New Game Plus with that, there might be some cross-platform play action. And hello, Eric. Eric Locks. Welcome to the stream. Am I on Xbox? I am not. I am on PlayStation. I take it you're on Xbox, though. You don't have this game. Perhaps in the future, Lorelei. You do. Are you a fan of Dark Souls 3? How far in have you gotten? You're struggling on Grave DLC boss? Grave DLC boss. Oh, I forget his name. The grave guy and his wolf? The grave tender? The wolf? The wolf can be a bit tough, yeah. I beat the wolf by just running around the pillars. Well, I did that to heal anyway. But yes, welcome in, Killmeter. Everything is beaten. Kitsune says I beat the wolf with arrows. But yes, when we started out, when it was just us and the wolf, I would run out and I would try to fight the wolf either here or sometimes I went out there and fought it. But whenever I needed to heal, I would try to hide behind one of these pillars and that gives you a bit of breathing room. The wolf can go crazy. He can, like, do three... It seems like he can do 3 dashing moves back to back to back. In that case, you really have to watch out. But sometimes he'll only dash once. And so he tends to dash in straight lines. So if you hide behind one of the pillars, that will give you a little bit of breathing room to pop an Estus. And then once you're healed up, you can run back out, do some more fighting. And then if you need to heal, again, run behind a pillar and try to use those to your advantage. So that would be the only advice I have to you. What build are you, Eric? We've been running Cleric build this whole time, using Miracles and Great Hammers. We started with a mace, so I guess a standard hammer. But we went up from there. What is that? It looked like he was holding a long staff. I mean, I guess that could be like a sorcery staff. But it looked more like a bow staff. Got me tab? Thanks, Lorelei. But I think we're done here. I don't know of anything else that we can do. I don't know of any side quests that can be done. I think to do any side quests in Dark Souls 3, some bosses must be alive. I do want to do some of the trades, maybe. What can be done for trades? Ring of Sacrifice, and you know, it's not gonna happen. No. There are a couple of trades I could do, but I don't have those items. I'm looking at the list now. I could get the Porcine Shield, but I need an Undead Bone Shard for that. And I've used them all, so I have to wait till New Game Plus. I can get the Sunlight Shield, but I need a Mendicant Staff, and I don't have that. I'd probably have to go farm that. And I need the Armor of the Sun. But I have to trade a Siegbrow for that. And I used them all up. So, again, gonna have to wait for New Game Plus. So, that's fine. Just more stuff to do for New Game Plus. But I think what I'll do is I will throw a raid over to... Let's see. How about let's throw a raid over to Mr. Charles Q. Banks. He was one of my original inspirations for starting the Souls series. So right now he's playing a game called Last Epoch. I don't know much about that. It looks like a 3/4 perspective isometric action RPG. So we can hang out there for a little while, check that out. And no matter what game he's playing, he's always up for some Souls chat. So if you want to pick his ear, pick his mind about anything Souls related, I'm sure he would entertain you. But before I do that, let me again say thank you to everyone here. I appreciate you all coming out. Thank you, Lorelei, for the raid. Thank you to Anditsu for the follow. Let's see here. Thank you, Motrivendia, for the bits. Thank you also, everyone, for hanging out with me here in chat. Thank you, Squirmy Duck. Thank you, Killmeter. Also, thank you, Squirmy Duck, for working on a character to join us in New Game Plus. Thank you to Eric for being here. And to Asgore. Let's see here. And to Jans, of course, Jans. And to Geist. And to Mochivenji. Oh, I said Mochivenji already. And to Fude. And to Tukitsune. And to Fusion. And to Ratika. And to Embered. Yes, thank you all. Also, thanks goes out to the lurkers. I appreciate you. And I look forward to seeing you soon. Either this Monday for more Yakuza 0. We'll be trying to take over all the properties of the Pleasure King. This coming Wednesday for our weekly Just Chatting stream. And this coming Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for more Dark Souls 3. Beginning New Game Plus. Oh, I just noticed something. Is this the normal Firelink music? Well, now it's quiet, so I can't tell. Or is this still the sad music? Anyway, thank you again, everyone. Let me set up the raid. Okay. There we are. And yes. As I said, Charles Q. Banks is another Souls streamer. I think he may have just finished an Elden Ring playthrough, but he's beaten all of the Souls game multiple times. The Demon Souls remake, Dark Souls remaster, Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, and the original Dark Souls, and the original Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, Bloodborne. So, at the beginning of a stream, actually, when I was sort of a bit quiet and I was reading through a lore theory I posted, it was Charles' response that I was reading. I was telling him about the elevator theory, about how all of Dark Souls 2 may take place underground, and that would explain the elevator that goes up from the Earthen Peak into the Iron Keep. So, yes. And says, I get back as Orfeo is leaving. Yes, we are reading Charm. But thank you again, everyone. I will see you soon. So, have a good one, and may the flames